Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Ruben6F, The Chaucer, Broad Metalluck 2, Mastermaticus, Something Toady, welcome, welcome one and all. Yeah, the Star Valor DLC. EU-friendly stream, 2 a.m., yeah. That's just the way the weekdays are. But yeah, so this is Star Valor. It's a game that I actually have played a decent amount of, but it was quite a while ago. So I don't, truly I don't really quite remember all that much about it, or like how it works or things like that. So I was kind of gonna basically like rediscover it. A DLC for this game was just released. It includes base building. I would describe this game as secretly an ARPG set in space. We'll be killing all the civilians in this one too. You can play it that way, or you can play as the good guys. Basically, there are a number of backgrounds that you can start out as, and those backgrounds are in many ways like opposing different factions in this kind of gigantic Star Valor world. Green Killer, thank you for the congratulations. The rightmost backgrounds icon's pretty cute. Yeah, so the way the game is like structured as far as factions is there is civilians, just regular people trying to live their lives. And then you've got the PMC, which is actually the Proxima Mining Company, and the Syndicate. Those two factions are allied, basically like very tied together. And they're fighting pirates. So basically piracy versus corporate overlords. And then you also have the Vengi, which is the, like, these alien species that aren't human but kind of conquered all of known space. But they're relatively benevolent overlords, I guess. Depends on who you ask. And then you've got the Children of Terra, which are the rebels. They're the ones fighting against the Vengi. And then there's also the Tin Heads, which is just a pure science type organization. And then there's this like crazy out of control AI that's kind of wild on the map that you'll be fighting, and you fight them no matter what faction you are. Hello, Antiwian. What do we have here? We have a Slurgy. We have a Slurgy playing just a fun little spaceship ARPG. Fight the evil Xeno overlords. That is a way to do it. Is this just updated Alpha Centauri? I've never played Alpha Centauri. Hello, Medieval Man. Welcome, welcome. So, yeah. So we'll play as Slurgy. I will probably leave collision damage off while I reacclimate myself to it. I'm gonna skip the tutorial. We could go through the tutorial, but I kind of just want to jump into a regular game. The tutorial is it's good for how hand-holdy it is. I'm just gonna jump in and leave the tooltips on. This is single player? Yeah, this is a single player game. Basically space ARPG. You'll see here in a second. And we'll do normal difficulty, and I'm gonna leave permanent death off, actually, just because I want to experience the new DLC. So the new DLC is base building. We could, of course, fight the evil Xeno overlords and start out being a rebel. That is a totally valid way of playing. I say we do it. I see no problem with this. So we're going to be fighting against the Vengi. And so we will never have access to the Vengi ships and stuff like that. Totally fine. Totally fine with that. Who is this man? The Slurgy we know always starts new games on permadeath. Yeah, I know. If I weren't streaming, I would absolutely click these two buttons. But I'm really feeling very chill. I'm still kind of mentally coming down off of the one true run and the sort of insane challenge that I just completed for Battle Brothers. So, chat's holding you back? No, I mean, not really. It's more like, I feel like this will be the better settings for me to actually like engage with people. What does the A stand for in ARPG? Action. What I really mean is that it is secretly a game that's kind of like Diablo or Path of Exile or Last Epoch or something like that. Did I get a new chair? Nope. Same chair. Same chair. Same chair. But yeah, we'll start it as the rebels. Sure, we'll fight the evil Xeno overlords. I think that's a pretty fun start. You appreciate the discussion in the Discord. Theory crafting some of the next rounds has been interesting. Yeah, it really has been. Really has been. You ever heard of this game? Yeah, it's not a super popular game. It is as far as I know, unless he's maybe hired on some contractors. But last I knew, this dude, Rafael, from Brazil, actually, is solo developing and has built everything. So, a absolute one-man, one-person operation who made a pretty fun game, actually. Like I said, I have, all of these spaceships that I have unlocked because I have purchased and piloted them. And by purchased, I mean like not, I purchased them in-game using the in-game credits. Like I added them to my fleet. And I actually think the funnest, there's a variety of ways of playing this game. You absolutely can play a fast, zippy little fighter craft that runs around and, evades damage and then takes out capital ships. You can also play as like a gigantic, massive ship that even has small shuttles, basically like a carrier from StarCraft that you have flying out of you and doing battle with the enemy. You can be like giant gunboats. You can be sort of mid-sized ships, and everything in between. So it's a pretty cool. They're all valid playstyles. Like the game does a really good job of that, making you feel like a really powerful little zippy thing, or some sort of giant carrier. I think the giant carrier option is really fun. I think with the options I've chosen, I probably won't have enough starting points to be able to, because otherwise, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to start as a Dreadnought, which is fine. I actually think as I get used to the game, it'll be better to be like, I don't know, something small. What should I choose? How much is this? -5. Maybe like a wolf. Something nice and light. So, I wonder if there's an alt. Shift for more info. Oh yeah. This just shows the, well, it'll make more sense later. But you get like places where you can assign your weapons. If you get co-pilots, you can have your crew shoot the weapons for you, especially on the bigger ships. And that's just a really fun playstyle. So, but we'll start out with something small and then we'll work our way up and purchase something big. Maybe by the end of the stream. Dragon could be fun. Just the wolf. The wolf is a fun little ship. And so you get to choose different perks and things like that. I really like the ones that have to do with speed and maneuverability. They're good for both the cute little zippy ships, but they'll be good later on when we get maybe a bigger ship as well. Can you rename your crew? Actually, I think you can. I think you can. So I can rename crew after people in chat. There's also, crew members that are from, I think they're people who have done either streamers, like you can see Ziggy and Splattercat and a few others. I think a few other people here are streamers as well, and I just don't recognize them. But then there's also people who are just like early supporters. I think there was a Kickstarter. I wasn't around for any of that. So I don't think I need actually I don't think I even can do a co-pilot with this setup, which is fine. And then you can choose some other perks, just things that either make the game harder or easier, give you more points, less points, etc., etc. I'll just choose a few that shouldn't have any meaningful impact on gameplay. Okay, we'll just go with that. And we'll hit start. The game can be played with a controller, I guess. I've only ever played with a mouse and keyboard. queue. Tell you what, when I get people in, I'm not going to set up a formal queue, but I will name people when we get them, when we get new crew. First come, first serve. We'll keep it simple. So yeah, you will start out in like a little level 1 zone. If I press the M key, we're going to open up a huge galaxy map. And, you know, I might just turn the tutorial off. I bet I can remember enough about this game, and whatever I can't figure out, I can look up. But if we zoom out, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We're just in one tiny little space. One tiny little space, and this is the medium-sized galaxy. You know, as you go over towards the edges, there will be much higher level, and in this case it's just gonna say unknown because we don't know anything about them. But higher level areas. And the factions in-game are actually going to be fighting over territories constantly. And so because we started as the Children of Terra faction, if we see any Vengi, they will be hostile to us and they will fight us. There's also a sector map. So this is the individual like location that we are. You've got like basically a skill tree. I think what I want to do this particular run is I want to do something with a big crew, because I think that's just a fun way to play. So I'm going to choose social. We're going to level up social, and then secondarily maybe engineering and combat. And then you have your ship. You can set the different weapons to different locations. You can set them up to different mouse keys. You can have them controlled by other people on your ship, things like that. Is this a no galaxies run? No, this is a do whatever we want kind of run. So you can allocate different amounts of power to different systems here on the left. So I'm going to allocate all systems to thrusters here at the beginning. You've got spaceships, these stations, where they've got mission board. Should be kind of familiar. The difference between, you know, Star Valor and Battle Brothers, which is what most people are going to be familiar with, is you can accept as many missions as you want. But a lot of them are like, obtain a certain amount of a basic trade good. And so we'll go out and we'll find those things. Sometimes I'll be completing these and not even know I did it. There's other ones, you know, eliminate a notorious pirate. So that is in this particular location. I guess we can do it because it doesn't have any timing. Some of these will have timers on them. You can hire crewmates. In this case, our ship doesn't have any like co-pilot, but we'll get more ships later. In fact, I'll probably just add to the fleet, and that's how we'll do it. And there's crafting. You can make like custom weapons with all sorts of fun, crazy things. This is I really enjoyed, in my previous time playing this game, I remember really liking making and optimizing different like crafted weapons. It gets pretty crazy. So they added, construction components. There's new things to be able to do base building, and that's totally new. I know nothing about the base building. So, all right, so if there's no other missions here that we can do, I know there will be another civilian station around here, but I think, let's go see if we can get into a little bit of trouble. Some junk here. Pick up some junk. This game reminds you of Star Sector. I think it probably is pretty similar. Mercenary hideout. So I think we can hire these mercenaries if we wanted to. Sure. So this will be what it's like having a fleet mate. So he's gonna automatically, so we have this guy he's Vengi, who's gonna fight us. We can basically just have our merc do all the work if we wanted. But we won't. We're gonna take him out with our cute little laser that we start with. Boom. Are you earning piloting experience? Yes. Not only are we earning piloting experience, But we are also learning Fleet Commander just because we have a mercenary with us. At least that's how the game used to work. Some of these things may have changed. Okay, so we found a debris field. There's going to be these little things that we can scavenge. Ooh. Oh, oh. Okay. Alright, we got a much bigger ship here. Oh, did they kill my merc? Oh boy. I think they might have. Will you be taking bow mastery? No, but we're gonna cheese this guy. No, I guess he can shoot back. Is it even cheesing if he can shoot back? Ardonian component? I don't even know what that is. Let's see. Let's hire another mercenary. Sure. Tell me again. Oh, could we not afford him? Well, I don't know if I can actually even beat this ship. Yeah, I think we're maybe too weak. Oh, is that what this stuff is? Is that from when the Merc died? And you can see next time he gets. I'm doing some cute little double turn where you have a brief moment where you can dodge attacks. Boy, in trying to demonstrate it, I nearly died. Yeah, he's got like a pretty deadly cannon. But we are faster than him. Asteroid analyzer. But I think if we just go inside this civilian station, he'll leave us alone. Yikes. Alright, so the mercenary... Oh, looks like he warped away. Alright. And there's new contracts here, I guess. So, just some more simple stuff to grab. And then some of the things we grabbed, okay. Can you cheese it by staying within the Civ turret range and shooting him? Probably. Though I think the Vengi and civilians will never fight each other. So there's, sometimes if you're getting chased, for example, by a pirate, you might like run to a syndicate station and then they'll fight the pirate for you. Sometimes that's like necessary. It's just the way it is. But I think we're going to, let's see, Ardonian component, interesting. And the asteroid analyzer. So what I think I'm gonna do, kind of remind myself how to do this. Asteroid analyzer, okay, we can just equip this. Oh, this is a new music track, wow. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell some of the stuff that I'm just not going to use for a little while. Energy cells are used to use the warp drive, which we're never going to get on the ship, so I'm actually going to sell it. And I think some of these things, yeah, if they go to restore stash, they're like a global stash, if I recall correctly. And then, yeah, so our mission is find the children of Terra. Yeah, so that'll be, because of the background we chose, that'll be our global quest. But otherwise, we're going to be doing cute little things for the locals. There's also an entire way of playing this game where you can kind of be a pacifist and just simply mine asteroids. I think there's an asteroid field right down here. And you always start out with a mining laser. What a strange Battle Brothers seed. Very strange. Hello, Otosama. And so you can just sit and take out some asteroids. Now, eventually, you can get like whole fleets of little ships that are ultra efficient at mining asteroids, and it's very satisfying to, you know, make your way into an asteroid field and have like a fleet of specialists that all like churn through the asteroids bit by bit. Very satisfying. Ooh, and we level up. So let's see, if I press C, I'm just gonna keep leveling up social, because the goal I have is that, oh, I'm gonna get like a whole little fleet. And I think there's a command to tell my mercenary to attack him. I might have to look up what that button is. So it looks like he's got the same weapon as me. Yeah, my merc is doing nothing. All right. Does look very. Oh, it's a very cozy little game. So let's see. What is the button for that? Controls. Should be like an attack my targets kind of thing. Fleet control. Target enemy. Yeah, not target. Order fire F. Okay. So I could also tell this guy, this mercenary, to go on mining duty, so he can help me out. But yeah, that's absolutely like a way you can play the game. We'll do a little bit of mining here, but I want to get to the ship combat because it's fun. And I think you get more benefits a bit more quickly. And I think there's different commands for how closely you have them follow you as well. I don't remember exactly what that is, but I remember really enjoying the like fleet commander type vibe once you get like a whole crew. So I loved getting like a whole crew of really powerful or like efficient tiny ships. Like this one, the Wolf, the one that I'm piloting right now. Fitting them out with like, you know, some custom weapons that the AI uses well. And then just being like a fleet commander. Really, I remember really liking that playstyle. It's just very, very satisfying. There is also later a item you can get that will suck items from around you. So instead of having to go directly over them, it's like a little tractor beam that will pull them in. So there's a whole system of managing hull, energy, shield, stuff like that. Yeah, so normally, like, if you start out with one of the normal beginnings, you are hostile to the Red Skull pirates. And so, if I wanted to, I could choose to fight the pirates or the syndicate or whatever, since my only thing I'm forced to do is to fight the Vengi, based on the start that I chose. Okay, scout mission. Visit unexplored sectors? Sure. Supply run. Yeah, so there's things they just want. We'll go ahead and choose those, that's fine. And then deliver a medium package to a civilian sector up here. Yeah, the tricky thing is I don't know that I can get there within 12 minutes 33 seconds because, I'll show you in a second, but these warp gates that we take, you know, we can get here, then we'd have to take another warp gate to get here, and then another warp gate to get there. And I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to do that even if I were super efficient. So that's okay. Just going to sell some of this stuff and maybe buy just some real basic weapons and things. Is this game roguelike or roguelite? Boy, what even is the definition? You can unlock spaceships which I think is a way of thinking of it in terms of meta progression, but there's no like wild meta progression like in some games, like Rogue Legacy or whatever, where you become more powerful. This game doesn't really have that. It kind of does, because you could start out with like a really powerful capital ship, but you have to completely gimp yourself otherwise, and play on like harder difficulty settings to even start with it. So like kind of. Yeah, and it's not turn-based. I guess I don't even know. I don't even know what the definition of roguelike is these days. So yeah, what I'm going to look at is, so on my ship, all right, so equipment 10 of 19. So I can equip 19 things, basically. And then I've got room for 4 weapons. Now, you don't necessarily need to fill weapons up to maximum, because you will overheat your, locations, and you can also make it so that you don't have enough energy to even use it. But I am going to buy maybe 2 solar reactors and equip those, or nuclear reactors rather. And then, can I even buy anything else? I can't buy any weapons. Can I get, no shield generator or anything. Not yet. But this lets us use way more energy. We can sort of overcharge our systems. This sounds like an FTL style roguelike. Yeah, kind of. Yes. You also gain like experience for fully exploring sectors. So you can also play the game like a, let's just explore everywhere. Gain experience that way. There are some really big ships in the game, as you can see here. Our pal Dwayne Wright. He's piloting something much bigger than us. We're just a little guy. Or whatever this ship is that Anna Williams has. Look at her. She's got like big turrets and stuff. We attack her, we're dead. But bigger doesn't necessarily mean better. There's an art to piloting the little ships that I don't think I'm particularly good at, but it's a thing you can absolutely do. Let's see, pirate hideout. Can I destroy this? Let's see, where's my buddy? He's coming. Maybe between me and the mercenary? I don't know. Maybe this is working. These used to be a bit different. They used to just be rocks that things would sit on top of. So I don't know what's gonna happen here. This is from the update a bit different. Okay, we've almost made it through the shields. Press G to dock? What? Whoa. Okay. This is all new. Plunder. Oh. Okay. Okay. I didn't realize that would actually do it. Well, okay. All right, and we fully explored this little sector. And so we can take one of the warp gates and go to a new one. Camp busting, yeah, I know, right? There's a lot of analogs here. Boy, that sentinel got wrecked. Wonder why. So I suppose, because those guards are level 5, does this take us to a level 5 zone? It looks like it does. Level 5 zone of the Proxima Mining Company. This might actually be a little bit tough for us to do anything successfully here. I think if we do find any enemies, they're going to be too powerful. Can you TLDR this game? Yeah, ARPG in space. Ooh, some lithium on the ground. Yeah, it's a fun game. It's just like a solo dev's passion project. wonder if these asteroids will have like more stuff now. Yeah, he definitely. So the previous update did not have all these crazy layers of rocks in the asteroid fields. This is all new. If you play with collision damage, you can absolutely wreck yourself flying through these, by the way. Distress signal. You find a derelict? Oh boy. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, so the derelict ship is kind of a rare find. Oh, Merc, you're getting wrecked. Okay. But what I want to do is find a spaceship or space station. Oh no. There's gonna be one on this map, and we're gonna push that derelict ship into it. And then we're going to get someone to pilot it. Variety streamer? A little variety. A little bit of variety. I'm unable to resist the siren song that is Battle Brothers. And these are higher level ships than me, so I'm a little reluctant to fight them. I don't know, maybe I can. Nope. Okay, perfect. All right, so there's a minor station here. So what I'm gonna do is, let's see, we'll sell some stuff. I'm gonna equip this light shield generator. That'll help us a good bit, I think. And then I'm gonna buy a burst light laser. That seems good. Make sure I've got that in a different, yeah, okay. So now I'll have a couple different lasers. You say that now, before you know it, it's Slurgy's Reaction Mondays. Boy. Maybe. Unlikely. Unlikely. So now I have 2 lasers. Alright, so I'm gonna head back down to that derelict. And the goal, the dream, if we had a tractor beam, we could pull it, but we don't. So we're going to have to very carefully push. And we're gonna push it into the station. All right, so here's the Zeep, which is actually like, I think a kind of decent ship. And I'm gonna put my heading and there is momentum, so you don't want to push it too fast where you can't catch up to it. This is so janky. This is like, ooh. Okay, can't tell my mercenary to fight him. But I don't want to lose track of the Zeep that I sent up. But I've got more weapons, more firepower now. Definitely feeling it. Okay. And I think the heading that the Zeep is taking is just about right. We'll see if we have to correct it. There is no, friction, right? We're in space. It's just floating. It's just floating. And I don't know if this has been patched out or if this still works, by the way. Oh, the heading is like perfect. So if the Zeep goes inside this station, oh, it does. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm gonna write this back. Very careful not to shoot the other station that's here. I don't want to accidentally make any enemies here. Whoop. Perfect. What I think I should be able to do, let's see. In the station, there's a Zeep. Wonderful. Can I add to fleet? Assign a pilot. I need to get a pilot. So let's see, what is the Zeep? This is a shuttle, so it's the same size as the Wolf that I've got here. And it is a ship from the Proxima Mining Company faction. So I can't remember what Flux does exactly. Okay, so it's just a cute little shuttle, but it's a good one. So we're gonna go to the lobby in the academy and we can hire someone to pilot this. Zeep is a cute ship name, it really is. And actually what I might do first is, no, I can't sell anything. Okay, so let's get, I suppose we can only hire someone who's cheap. So I think I wanna hire a pilot, not tactician. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is not hire any of those people quite yet. Let's see, maybe we can do a contract here. Crystals needed, attain blue crystal. I think I've already done that. Oh, great. Oh, that's right, they always just want the different crystals. Yeah, okay. Obtain batteries, sure. Eliminate notorious pirate. Okay, that one I think we can do. Keeping the peace, clear a pirate hideout. So I think that'll be within this sector. Sure, we'll do it. And then I think that'll give us enough money, hopefully, to where we can return and purchase maybe like a pilot. We need a pilot. Or not, okay, there's a pilot. Sophia Evans, okay. So we're gonna have to come back for the Zeep, but it will remain here for us. Okay, so I think, go teach those space briggies a lesson? Exactly. If I wanna get leadership, which I do, I love Fleet Commander. I love having just a giant fleet. Fleet ships gain plus 90 armor and 1 agility, that's awesome. I guess I have to choose presence to get that. And I'm just gonna rush it. Why not? Okay, did I actually accept that contract? Is that what the pinging is on the sector map? I think it is. Okay, or maybe I just accepted it twice. I'm not sure. And there's a button to launch a little mercenary who's following us. He is definitely not like a combat ship. Whatever that mercenary is, I think he's like designed for mining. I think he's back there fighting something. But I don't think that's like a very good ship actually. Oh well. He's our little mercenary, he's gonna help us. Exactly, he's an extra target. That is his primary function. It's basically like, you know the caravan hands that you have helping you out? He's that. He's one of the caravan hands. Okay, so cleared this pirate hideout. What do we have here? Got a marauder here. Ooh, and then we got one with a star. Perfect. Fight my ally. One of the Vengis getting in here. I wonder if I can get the Marauder and the Vengi to fight each other. They appear uninterested in that. I told my ally to attack. Oh my god. Okay, that was a lot of damage. Alright, so our Merc just ported out. And he's dead. Okay, so I'm gonna try to avoid damage for just a moment and let our shields recharge. It's a classic, like, there are some things that will generate shields in combat, some things that wait till after combat. You know, kind of a classic shield mechanic that's in a lot of games. Can I equip these now? Oh wow, I can? I thought you had to be in a station to do that. Okay. We're gonna like try to get outside of his like leash range. Oh god. I didn't want to make more enemies. Okay. This is a much bigger ship than us. Trying to be a zippy little guy. Man, there's just too many of them. These little ships, they're no problem. Easy. Maybe I just need to get another, let's just hire a higher level merc. Love them help us out. And some of the things later in this game cost like huge amounts of money. Ooh, here's another wolf, just like me. So let's hire him. Sure, that seems like he's asking for a lot, but okay. So we got another wolf, just like me. Between the two of us, Karma perk acquired, trial by fire. Oh, okay. Yeah, so throughout the game, you'll be acquiring, you know, perks and stuff. That let's see, is that in perks? Yeah, which are like I don't like passives. They'll do nice stuff for you stat wise, where you can just get a tiny bit of power here and a tiny bit of power there and a little bit more power here until eventually like you're strong. Kind of like the Risk of Rain perk thingies. Yes, actually, where you have to do something to get them, but then right. It is much like that. Alright, so we're gonna make our way towards this pirate hideout. Gonna try to take it out. My fleet mate is hanging way back there. Let's see, where was that marauder? There he is. So this one's got a silver star, which means he's a fancy boy. They'll use more evasive maneuvers, they have better weapons. You know, some of the like high-level enemies later, the little tiny ships, like the little shuttles and interceptors, with like a gold star and a high-level pilot, are like combat aces. They're insane. Okay, we're starting to get a little bit of hull damage on him. Just a little. Did he beat the run? Yes, boots and a rapier. It has been done. The run, the one true run, ended in a success. The madman finally did it. Boom, okay. Great job. Now hopefully we'll be able to work in peace here. come back to collect your well-earned reward. And then you, from the rewards, you can get, you know, stuff. So we can get small laser, burst light laser, or tractor beam. And then I think there were 2 people asking us to do the same thing. Was I drilling him with a mining laser? I was actually. And let's see, can we do this same thing? Can we loot this camp that we did earlier? Looks like it. Sure. We'll loot the camp. And then hopefully that'll be enough money where we can hire a pilot and get like some very basic weapons for our little Zeep. And we'll have a tiny fleet going. Okay, so let's see what the thing, so plunder, salvage. So break down the station for crafting materials and tools. Exploit network uplink for technology impossible. Claim the station for yourself. Oh, okay, this must be part of the new building DLC. Requires construction 7. Interesting. So I guess the option that I picked first, I think, is what we want now. We just want money. That is not very much. Combat in this game gives you big 1942 vibes. Was that the, what was the, is there a name for that genre? Was 1942 the game where you're a tiny ship and you like side scroll, but it's like an auto scroller? Yeah, the arcade playing game. Yeah, I could see that. Man, there was an old Nintendo game called Gunsmoke. Oh, Gunsmoke was so fun. And it was basically that, only you were a dude with pistols. It was a great game. I'm digging these new asteroid fields. These are cool. Okay, and if we fully explore this sector, it'll give us a little bonus experience too. You like quadrupled your credits? Yeah, to be fair, we were poor. And we still are. Try to get him to give us money. I don't know why he's not fighting back, but this is perfect. We've got the perfect momentum to destroy him. Got him. All right. So we'll dock with the station. All right, obtain red crystal, we did that. Blue crystal, we did that. And then keeping the peace, I'm gonna get this burst light laser because we're probably gonna give this to our new little Zeep. And I suppose we can give him a mining laser as well. We could also equip a second mining laser on our own ship if we wanted, but we'll probably actually end up not doing that. All right, so first things first, I'm gonna fix up the ship. And what are our options for people to hire? I think if you have someone piloting a ship, you really need them to be a pilot. So it looks like Sophia Evans is our only choice. We're gonna hire her. Zeep, add to fleet, assign pilot, Sophia Evans. Yeah, I think we've done it. So let's tell her to dock and then refit. So we can now put stuff on her ship. So she starts out with like really, really, really basic stuff here. We will give her a weapon stash. That's its own thing. Okay. First things first. Actually, let's sell some stuff. I'm just gonna sell the ammo. I'm not gonna use any ammo weapons right now. Okay, refit. Equip. All right, we gave her a weapon. Let's give her a mining laser as well. Cool. And then, so let's see. And each, you know, each type of person, or like each person who has their own specialty. So for example, Sophia Evans here is a pilot. Her learning focus is specialized, so she's only ever going to gain pilot. If you're going to have someone who's going to be like a solo, you know, pilot of a ship, that's perfect. And so speed booster cost. Okay. That's her special skill or whatever. Slurgy, congratulations on the run. Very exciting. Next, will you do it with Lone Wolf? You know, I'm thinking next I am probably going to try it with Anatomists. Otherwise, rules as written. It's going to be a whole new puzzle to solve with a whole new set of heuristics. I've been sort of percolating, churning, thinking, dreaming, scheming, and planning how the run might look. And I've got some ideas. I'm sure some of them will be wrong, and we'll have to adjust on the fly, but that's the fun in figuring it out. Okay, and I don't know if there's any other things we need to get her. It might not be a bad idea to get her like one more nuclear reactor. I don't know if she actually has like, oh, and maybe a shield generator. So let's put this in the equipment stash. Oops, I don't want to launch. Dock. Refit. So yeah, I just gave her a shield generator. Cool. Fun in the run, Slurgy. Come on, it was right there. Oh yeah, fun in the run. Fun in the run. Let's see, and there's a mass launch button. Let's see, let's figure out where that is. Fleet Control Z. I think that just opens up the panel. There is a button to tell them to launch or dock. I know that there is. Target shooting. Fleet Control of Z. Yeah, so that just opens up the panel. All right, so we're gonna let Sophia Evans. Sophia? You were going the wrong way, Sophia. I wonder if there's something else I need to give her to help her control herself. She is going crazy. Okay, she's trying strafing maneuvers. Configure behavior. Wow. Alternate strafe and fire, hit and run, melee. Okay. Let's do strafe and fire. Ship collision avoid. Oh, carrier launch attack, carrier dock key 7 and 6. I think that's only if I'm a carrier though. And then emergency warp when HP below, yeah, a certain percentage. But I don't think she has the ability to do that. Okay, anyway, so we got a second ship. Off to a good start. Yeah, there's a pirate ship that specializes in melee, where the whole point of the ship is to go really fast and just like slam into enemies. Pirates, man. Scum of the earth. Alright, so eliminate notorious pirate. Not too far from us. I think we can do that one. And then this one, which is also not too far. We're just gonna hit accept on all these, and then we'll accidentally accomplish some of them. Regional delivery. There's absolutely no way we are going to get there in 2 minutes. All right, so all these ones that are like shining is because there's something mission related at them. And you can add notes like, hey, I've got a ship docked here or something like that, which I'll sometimes do. But let's travel to this new gate. So I think if we click on this, nice. Ooh, so we've got Miner and Red Skull, right? So this is what I'm saying. These two factions will be fighting each other. Now we could choose like to help if we wanted. And so that just gained us some reputation with the Proxima Mining Company and Syndicate, and lowered our reputation with the Red Skull Pirates. We may as well just be a goody two-shoes. We help the children of Terra, and we also fight against pirates. Spooky music here. Pitch black. So this is like kind of one of these abandoned sectors. Some of these abandoned sectors have the big menace or ultimate evil marauders that kind of hang around. There's some Ravagers, I think they're called. Yeah, those are like the big spooky ships. Okay, this marauder's got friends. But so far, they don't seem to have anything with too deadly weapons. This is no problem. Easy. I don't know why they're not. Why are you guys not attacking? Can you not figure it out? Okay, the mercenary figured it out eventually. He solved the riddle. What does the number next to the shop means? I think the numbers that are next to things are like their level. So I think it's just a general power level gauge. I think it caps out for the player at 50, and then enemy ships can get up to much higher numbers, actually. Let's try salvaging. Let's see what happens when we do this. Obtained 1 gear charge. Basic component. Okay, so those are the crafting components. Syndicate trading station. Okay. Let's see what's here. So it looks like even though they're operating in the dark, they're still doing their thing here. All right, find some copper. Oh yeah, and then each of the different types of weapons, there's a tier system where it's like the gray, then the green, then the blue, then the purple, then the orange, where things get increasingly more and more efficient. And so if you get certain types of special equipment that are like ultra efficient, it's the equivalent to finding, you know, like the Stone of Jordan, the Shaco, the, I don't know, Tabula Rasa, whatever, the like fancy items. Those are definitely out there and very exciting. Probably not gonna do some of these timed deliveries. Local delivery though, that we can do. So sometimes they'll just ask you to deliver stuff just across the map. Kind of like Borderlands weapons. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Which I would say Borderlands is also like an ARPG, essentially. It's just, you use guns and you throw them to reload. Normal stuff. Factory. Interesting. I don't remember. These must be new. Interesting. So you can still trade stuff here. At least some things. You can buy nickel synthetic fibers. Oh, that's what they're buying. And they're selling energy cells. Huh. Interesting. But they're otherwise not selling anything. Yeah, these are new for the base building DLC. This little factory thing. Oh, gear charges used it. All right, this button showed up earlier. Can I only do this? Let's see. Gear charges can only be used to craft ship enhancements. Where do we think we do that? The Conquering Hero returns. The Conquering Hero returns. Oh, here's where I set the distance. Okay. Hello, Light Switch 21. Yeah, I'm still dreaming up, still scheming for exactly what the next run is going to look like. I have like a certain amount of apprehension about starting the next run just because of like, I put a lot of pressure on myself. I really want this to truly be a win streak. So I want the next attempt to succeed. And I'm worried, basically, especially since I'm going to be treading into unknown waters. Let's see, gear charges. So there must be a... Yeah, I'm actually genuinely not sure. There's a way where you can start crafting your ship. And I don't remember where that is. You can imagine, but you can only control what you can control. True, but I do think that in this case, I feel pretty in control. I just want to take the time to think everything through. I think a lot of what I'm trying to reason out in my head with the next Battle Brothers run is, so if I do it as anatomists, I think the best way of solving for how I'm going to do it is to think of an endgame state and then work my way backwards, while sort of thinking of how the start's going to look and solving my way forward until I kind of meet in the middle. Yeah, starting a run with 3 brothers is rather perilous, absolutely, right? So what does the run need to succeed against the highest level fights? So I think with anatomists, as long as you've got one pretty souped up brother, like if I have the potion from the Orc Berserkers where you get rage, and then I have the potion from the Necro Savant, where you lifesteal. That brother, especially if they have like Lone Wolf and a good weapon and good stats, and I kind of send them off to do their thing, boy, they can fight a lot of enemies all on their own, even with just those 2. So I think that is going to be the key for like sort of the early game. That's kind of what we want to figure out first. So what do we need to figure out to do the final legendary locations? I feel like being able to do Black Monolith is really, really strongly enabled by having both the Kraken Potion, which gives 50 hit points, and the potion from defeating the Lore Keeper, which gives what I've called in my notes. Oh yeah, I have a notepad file on this, of course. That I'm calling 10 lives, because it's like 9 lives, but better. It's like 9 lives, but you come back with full health, which is actually like crazy. So coming back with full health is insane, especially with a huge amount of health. The Rockageist makes it so that you take substantially less damage once you're below 70, but below a certain health threshold. I think you take 75% of damage when you are below 50% health, something like that. And then the Ancient Legionary Potion, the Ancient Honor Guard, you take less damage from like piercing attacks. I think once you've got those in place, you can have a basically like godlike brother. So what I think we need to do is get early recruits, as many as we can, as many as we're able to farm, while trying to get nimble as fast as possible, so that we can fight a small group of orcs and a small group of necrosavants. All the other potions along the way, of course, being relevant. It is from there that I think we can actually bust smaller camps. And then from there, we can try to get just enough arms and armor and things like that to where we can fight the Kraken somewhat early on, which I think should unlock the windmill, or excuse me, the watermill. After the watermill, I really do feel like the lightning sword could be a good option for a weapon. And with that, we might have just enough pieces to kind of catapult the run into success. So many of the early fights are so RNG heavy. Yeah, so one of the things too is that unlike Peasant Militia, where there was a decent amount of wage pressure, in this one there really isn't. The Anatomists don't have super high wages. They really don't. So I don't think it'll be too bad to manage. Early Kraken sounds spooky as anything. Yeah, it wouldn't be an early Kraken because we would still need to fight both Unholds and Necrosavants before we can even do it. So yeah, the biggest challenge is definitely going to be acquiring brothers. And I think the thing is we kind of have to accept that the team will be small. The team will always be small. We're going to do our best to get some other brothers. There's a few farmable event brothers that you can sort of pretty reliably do. And those are, the main one is the Belly Dancer, which we got in the last run. And I do think, one of the things I'm still trying to reason out is it worthwhile to keep a friendly city? Or like a friendly faction even? So that we can farm event bros earlier? Maybe, because we're going to be pretty limited in what we can fight. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the value of that. Gladiators next? No, Gladiators is impossible, I think. Unfortunately, I think the wage pressure from Glads makes it just unreasonable to do. You think keeping a friendly civilian settlement is pretty strong? Yeah. Well, the tricky thing is like, so I'd like to keep a friendly settlement, but I almost feel like unless you keep an entire friendly faction, it's really hard to not get interrupted by noble armies. So there's the opportunity cost of, should we spend time exploring the map first to determine which towns, civilians we should attack and which ones we shouldn't? I'm not sure. Yeah, most origins start out with 3 brothers. Not all of them. Beastmaster starts with 3, yeah. So there'll be some big stuff to figure out. And I'm sort of thinking, you know, because the early wage and food pressure is so light, it probably is a good idea to just spend the first, because it doesn't actually take that long, maybe 5 days or however long it takes to kind of traverse the road network efficiently and scout the map and then determine, you know, which specific targets we want to attack to keep one faction completely friendly. One northern house, and then, you know, one southern city. Which origin are you talking? Oh, Anatomist. Anatomists is what I'm thinking. And one of the reasons I'm doing Anatomist is it'll be a dramatic departure from the playstyle of Peasant Militia. Like, it's a whole new set of heuristics, a whole new set of challenges, a whole new set of things to figure out. So I think that'll be sort of, I don't know, just fun to figure out. You just want to get the potions? Well, yeah. And it, you know, like I said, it'll be a dramatic departure, right? So instead of the power of friendship bringing a large group of ragtag, low-statted scrubs together into an unstoppable fighting force when they work together, now it will be an elite crew with probably one souped-up super monster. You know, when I did the Anatomist run in the Windstreak series, in that run, I was fairly, you know, reluctant to make like a super soldier because I just didn't have the time to let them recover from sickness because we needed to keep tempo up. But I think with the longer time horizon, it's okay to let a brother be sick for a long time to end up making a powerful enough fighting force. That's what I think anyway. We'll see. Which other origins might work? I think Manhunters might work. Manhunters, I think, is going to be more similar to Peasant Militia, but I think very reasonable. I also think that Cultists I think is doable, but it requires some pretty careful event management that I might do that one next, but we'll see. Or like after Anatomists. The potions give considerable late game strength, but I wonder if it'll be enough to offset the weakness of the low bro count. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think in some fights it will be, right? I think if you have a really souped up brother who has the Ancient Honor Guard potion and the Berserker potion and the Necrosavant potion, that brother can like do insane things to goblins. You know, that brother can basically solo goblin camps. And then once they've got like the goblin trinket and, you know, maybe some other things, right, to help them out, they can do increasingly larger goblin camps totally solo. And so on that note, you know, the thing about that kind of brother being able to do those camps solo is, what retinue are we going to need? Are we going to even need the scavenger? Probably I'll still get it, but would there be other retinue that'll be better to help us get there? I'm not sure. Is the beard making a comeback too? You just went to my Anatomist. Did I have a beard during that? I don't remember. You know, could you even really call it a beard? It probably was just like long scruff. It was probably just long scruff. Oh, these aren't even connected. Okay. Yeah, I tend to grow my facial hair a little bit longer in the winter. You know, the old winter beard. Keep it short in the summer, because I don't like it to get too itchy. I like to go running, like with my feet, outside. I don't want to get too sweaty and gross. But yeah, I'm sure once the weather gets colder, the slurgy facial hair will start to grow along with it. You're concerned I'll never get to that point where I'll have a super mutant bro because I'll never be able to actually take any real fights. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. It'll be tough, right? I mean, it will be. Okay, so we are in a faction, enemy faction's territory. So if there are space stations here, we're gonna have to be really careful not to get too close to them because they will destroy us. But there's a pirate here. This guy. Now, why is Sophia not charging her shield? I wonder if she doesn't have enough power. She might not. I guess she is charging her shield just super slowly. You have a hard time ever imagining getting past the 3-starter bro hurdle? It's very realistic you'll have 3 bros at day 50 still. They won't be able to fight anything. See, I don't think that's true. I think it is almost guaranteed to be able to get the, if we wanted, right? And I don't know if I'm going to do this, but I would say it is, looking at the event pool, when you are next to a southern city, getting the belly dancer within like 20 days, I think is maybe literally guaranteed or close to it. I'll say basically guaranteed. I think that's pretty fair to say. It's a tough thing to do early when you have no stable income. Yeah, but the income pressure from Anatomus is really low. Their wages are really, really low. You know, their wages are like 11 or 12 starting. So they don't ask much out of you. They really don't. So I think it's really not too bad. I think it's really not too bad. I think we can even kind of reliably fish for the deserter in the forest and the blighted guy, which we only have a 50% chance of succeeding when we find him, but you're more worried about the world scaling? See, I mean, I think that's the thing, is I'm not too worried about it because even when the world scales up, there is basically always something you can still do. Mission expired, bonus reward removed. Oh, did I not actually pick up the... I wonder. Ridnoth, hello. Yeah, we are. So, I think once you just get like a few more bros, and I do want to fish for the bro finding events early, because I want to make sure we have the best candidate before we start loading on potions, because I think once a potion is assigned to a brother based on the run rules, it's there forever. So as soon as I decide, all right, this is my bro that I'm going to give, this sort of potion grouping, right? I've got a notepad file with them kind of loosely grouped into different roles of what and where the potions could be allocated. Once I start allocating them, that's just how it is. right? What is this heresy? Hello, Blue Borgigan. Welcome, welcome. This is Star Valor. We're just chilling. We're just hanging out. Yeah, the Oathtaker joins. The Oath Bro has a cooldown of only 30 days. Pity the score so low. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same thing. The Anatomist has a Anatomist joins event, which I believe has a score of 10 if you have fewer than 3 Anatomists, and otherwise has a score of 0. Or excuse me, a score of 2, but it is ever present. So there's always a low, but not insignificantly low chance of just like getting another Anatomist. A score of 2 is really low, but it's a score of 2 that's always with you, no matter the terrain, no matter where you are, no matter any conditions, which is kind of nice. But yeah, I want to figure out how to get the bros efficiently, and then who I'm going to have be what sort of Anatomist mutant potion kind of cocktail that I plan on making. So I do want to get the recruitments done early on as much as I can. Came to check out the variety stream. Yeah, well, I mean, we're just chilling. We're dreaming. We're scheming. We're thinking. We're dreaming. We're doing as we do. But yeah, the if you look at the event pool, because I used Meta Wreckers. What would be the whatever his event? What did he call it? Whatever, event tracker. I went and looked at what the event pool looks like for Peasant Militia versus Anatomist. It's pretty dramatic, right? Maybe when I was looking at the sort of test sample, maybe I had a particularly skewed view, but when I was looking at the event pool for just a random Peasant Militia run, I was like, oh wow, this is full of just junk. Just full of junk. Just full of stuff. Whereas for Anatomists, there are a handful of like Anatomist specific origin events that are going to be in the pool, and that their score is dependent on the number of Anatomists you have in your party, but they have a cooldown of 9,999. So we're going to see them once, and then yeah, the Anatomist is going to talk about how beetles are like a weird creature, or whoa, look at these shadows on the wall, aren't these cool? And then you'll never see it again. Talking about one game while entering inputs with a different one is advanced, especially one that I've not played in a really long time. Ooh, so this is one of my allies. This is the first time we've seen one. So I could extort him for money. Cool. I shouldn't do that too much. Captain, I've arrived. I've arrived with urgent news. Xenos have sent a probe asking for parley. They call themselves the Brothers and keep talking about some figure they worship called the Run. Scanners show something that we can't quantify in the shadow of their craft. Recommend immediate dispersal of the model YLT-SI probe. Oh shit, you love to see it. You love to see it. The YLT-SI probe. Wonderful. That's great. Enjoy that very much. That's wonderful. Is this the run? Yeah. Always was, always was. We're just doing little odd jobs for, you know, civilian stations here in space, normal stuff. Hello, Metawrecker. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Metawrecker, thank you for making that event logger mod. That's been really useful in research for the continuation of the run streak. What's the equivalent of spear wall here? Actually, personal defense lasers. There's like a specific type of personal defense laser that you can use to shoot missiles out, but can also be used as a weapon. So you can, like, especially against an enemy missile craft, you can destroy all their missiles while still just blasting them. It's probably the closest equivalent. Man, all these places want ice. And then they want to do these deliveries that are so far away. This has been super fun to get in modding. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I wrote one little mod. I was thinking about getting into modding. I've got these aspirations that I've just left as aspirations just because they require so much, like, mental effort, and I've dreamed too big. But I did write one little mod which removes the, whatever the name of that helmet is that comes from the supporter pack. The one that lets you see at night. But otherwise, I just like look at the code base to try to glean whatever information I want to extract from it. I wrote one little mod and my mom got scared. Yeah, the Fangshire, that's the one. So I have a tiny little mod that removes the Fangshire. And then, but never went any further than that. Which I realize I could just uncheck that DLC. I could do that. Alright, so let's explore some new sectors. Here in a moment. You're writing mods to complaints you have about the game? Yes, like not knowing what events are in the event pool. Then you can't make the Fangshire plus Dark Tunic plus Bone Plating set bonus? Oh man, I bet that looks really good together. I bet that looks really good. Hell yeah. Yeah, that I have no doubt that is some serious swag. Yeah, I mean, so Darkso, who, you know, he's submitted some battle brawl teams and stuff like that. In the middle of the Oath Takers run, where the event manager broke because we didn't have any Oath Takers anymore, that's a story in itself. Anyway, he was watching, and I gave him no input. I was just like, I don't know what's going on. Something's broken. Watching me live, figured out what the bug was, wrote the mod, and sent it to me. And he's like, hey, I think this will fix your problem. Incredible. Incredible. Oh, nice. This will get us a warp drive. The events one is just in its infant stage. You have a lot you want to do there. Yeah, I mean, it's been super useful for me for researching the what I need for the second true run. Dark says, I mean, yeah, that's a pretty, the fact that he was able to, and it was a pretty, like, weird bug too, where it was one of those things that, like, let me see it, let me try to find it actually. It's a really, it was, well, I guess maybe, I'm not gonna try to find it, but it was like just the way a variable was referenced was done in a way where it wouldn't have scope where it was written. But of course, you know, IDEs don't have good understanding of what is and isn't in scope for Squirrel, because they're not like locked into the runtime, right? You can't even like go into, you can't even like find, you know, like a lot of IDs, you can press some sort of hotkey if you have a function call and it will send you right to the function definition. I don't think, unless someone's got some sort of magic thing hooked up in whatever they've got, we don't have that sort of technology. You're not surprised these sort of bugs? Oh yeah, me either. Yeah, you can't look at implementations or definitions, right? It's like when we were looking at is something to see. I was like, okay, I'm gonna search for the text string, is something to see. And there was, well, ironically, nothing to see. Yes, you have to search the code base. And the thing is like, as soon as you get into like, you know, overloaded functions or, you know, you have to pay really careful attention to your function definition. Like the number of variables and things like that, because there's a few places where you need to look at that. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but I definitely got misled by that when looking at something. It was a little while ago. Wish I could remember. Right, yeah, the thief in the, right, yes. It's weird. It's weird. And I've decided, by the way, that the Red Skulls, we're not going to be friendly with them. So the pirates, we're going to be opposed to them. We're going to be allies with the trading syndicate and the mining company, and then of course the Children of Terra, the rebels here. Here in Star Valor land. So anyone who happens to be watching this from the perspective of not knowing Battle Brothers is going to be like, what are these guys talking about? Oh, this is funny. Look at these two like glitching out on each other. That's funny. And I think you can destroy mercenaries and there's no like problem with it. I think they're considered basically neutral. But there's no downside. It's a shame. Yeah, that event could have been cool. Definitely. Okay, Sophia Evans, just come back. Let's plunder. Ooh, all right. That was a lot more space bucks. Mercs had space bucks. Surprising no one. Another mod you're working on is details of bros in the combat map. Like what's in their bags, what are their current important stats, what perks do they have, things that would help early game, especially in this challenge run where you can roll through companies super quickly. Are you talking about like your own bros or something for enemies, or what do you mean by that? You're on bros when you hover over them? Nice. I think there have been... I've seen mods that do something that looks like that. Spin-off of tactical tooltips. Okay. Yeah, tactical tooltips gives too much information too. Like, I don't like the fact that it shows what's in their bag, because the problem with seeing what's in the enemy's bag is that that suddenly is revealing new information that you wouldn't otherwise have as a player. So I might treat, for example, Barbarian Reaver very differently if I'm able to see that they've got throwing axes in their inventory. And so, you know, I consider that base version of that like a cheat, basically. Yeah, and Raiders, yeah, Raiders especially. That's a good, yes. Yeah, it's a huge, huge part of it. And sometimes, like, I like being able to sort of intuit it by looking at how they move on the battle map. Because you can, you know, and I've said it many times, like, as I'm watching what the enemy is doing, I'm like, they look like they have jabs. And sometimes I'm wrong. But I like being able to look at their behavior and sort of use that to give me information about what I think is the case. And I think that's a lot more, like, rewarding. So. Yeah, let's get a battle computer. Seems good. In the early games, just constantly pressing C? Yeah. Before you release it though, you want to connect all the UI stats sections to mod settings so you can decide what the mod displays. Nice. Yeah. I think there's good hooks into modding standards and utilities where it can save your mod settings as well, which I think is pretty necessary for that kind of thing to be, like, pleasant to use. I can actually do this one. But yeah, I think the one you did for Bounty Hunter looks interesting as well. Because, right, there's the ever-present question of, like, what is the Bounty Hunter doing? Like, is it doing anything? And of course it is, but it's hard to get a feeling for how much from the perspective of increased champions. Taking out pirates. We're going to be enemies to that faction soon. If you destroy a certain number of ships for a faction, it's only a matter of time before they hate you. And there is a place where you can track it too. Is it not there? Not there either. There is a place where you can track. Oh no, it is here. Stats. Yeah, so we're getting close to making it lower than neutral. Yeah, you would think they'd hate us. We have shot down like, I don't know, 6 or 7 pirate ships. Apparently word takes a while to get to them. I don't know. All right, let's increase our... We'll just improve our scanner. And I think that one replaces the other one. And I don't think there's any reason to keep like a crappy scanner. So I'm just gonna sell it. And I'm probably not gonna bother doing any mining in this run, at least not on my main ship. Can we do any more of these? No. If we had a good warp drive, we could do some of those crazy missions. And so there is a way of doing like custom weapons. And so we don't have enough like microchips or other basic things that you need to do it, but doing the weapon customizations, it's fun. You can make some really, really crazy weapons with like very specific modifiers to turn them into just like specialized weapons. That's a really cool like feature of this game. I don't know if we'll even see that in this stream at all. Probably not. I don't know that I'm gonna get that advanced. And then we're still not able to afford another ship, but I think once I'm able to afford more ships, I'm just gonna keep adding to the fleet. And we'll just slowly accumulate more and more and bigger ships. Make number go up. Okay, so we've never been here yet. Let's go there. Yeah, pretty impressive that this is just like a solo dev who made basically everything. Oh, okay, and these are missile weapons. We haven't, I don't think we've seen any enemies with those yet. This is where if I had like a personal defense laser, I could use that. Oh my god! Sophia Evans exploded! We lost our ship! Oh god. Alright, actually we are... I cannot outrun these missiles. Uh-oh. 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 Oh god. Woo! 3 health. Holy shit. Okay, so we're not going back there. Oh my god. And yeah. This is why I didn't, for the purposes of this stream, did not play with permadeath on. So we lost our other ship. We nearly lost this ship. Yikes. So we were able to recover Sophia Evans. If we had a different type of ship on, we could put her as like a co-pilot. We don't. So she's just going to be a passenger hanging out with us while we, I guess, eventually get another ship for her. Oh, man. That was brutal. That was brutal. Absolutely brutal. So let's see. What can I maybe... I think the light shield generators are not very good. Let's equip this warp drive and let's see. Let's see, I'm trying to remember. Or 104 energy. Yeah, so I just need more energy to be able to do it. So I need some batteries. You've been thinking a bit for what to do after you finish your current challenge run. You think after the conversation on Discord today, you're pretty settled on trying a variant that you hope will be more difficult but less RNG based. You're going to allow towns but no selling or contracts, including arenas. Yeah, I think there's, you know, I think there are ways of reframing the challenge run that keep some of the fun challenge, I guess, but that make it a little more, less grindy, a little more approachable. Yeah, difficulty coming from an aggressive time limit. I think that's a good way of doing it. That's a good way of doing it. I think it's a very good way of doing it. Energy storage 25. I think I sold a battery earlier too. Let's see, maybe I'll go here. You want to remove the RNG of recruiting? Yeah. That's reasonable. Because there's a lot of like, yeah, that's reasonable. And it's a lot of like, it gets pretty gamified too. As soon as you start really looking at, you know, specific event pools and, you know, all that, it's a little bit like, it's not exactly part of the strategy game, I guess. It's part of like, or maybe it's part of the strategy game, but it's not part of the tactics, and I think the tactics are where Battle Brothers shines. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. Oh, that ship is a wimp! We can get a very nice upgraded laser. There's Venge ships everywhere. This guy's got crazy shields. I don't know if I can even get through these shields. It's not worth it. The recruiting RNG is absolutely massive in the current challenge. It's fun to try and optimize for it, but the overall success of your run still depends for a large part on just getting lucky, which you don't like. Yeah, I mean, I think that is kind of true. That is kind of true. I mean, I think that's always kind of true in Battle Brothers, a little bit. But I think the difference is, in a regular battle in Battle Brothers, you have so many roles the things of getting lucky even out very quickly to be where luck is almost irrelevant, right? I would say in about half my battles I get lucky, and in about half my battles I get unlucky, but I more or less can't distinguish between the two. The problem comes when you can distinguish between the two when it comes to like event luck and recruitment, which I think is true, actually. Because, like, for example, in my run, finding the runaway laborers on the world map was so lucky. Like, so lucky. That was, what, it was less than day 40, right? So it was a road event, which there are a decent number of road events, right? So I wasn't near a town, I don't think. That would probably be kind of a wash. But, I mean, I think the Runaway Laborers has an event score of 7? I think it's 7. And the total event pool at that time was probably like 150, right? So I basically hit a 5% on that event. And that really was a big deal in the overall success of the run. It really was. So, yeah, I mean... Soji, have you played Star Sector? I have not, but I understand it is kind of similar to this game. Alright, so I think I can use these energy cells if I want to teleport around the map. I might buy 10 of these. And I can use those to do some of the... I think I can just warp here. Yeah. Yeah, why don't I do that? You just step away when I was talking about mods. You intend to leverage MSU for the mod settings feature. You just need to figure out and implement it. Yeah. And I'm assuming you have seen the... I haven't seen that you're a member of it, but there is a modding Discord community. If you want the link to it, just message me on Discord and I'll send it to you. But they can, you know, because, for example, during the Winstreak series, there was a bug in MSU that was affecting quick hands, which was making certain enemies not use all their AP, which actually Sergey figured out when he was watching one of my VODs. He's like, hey, there's some sort of bug in your game. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, all right, so why would this goblin only shoot once? I was like, you know, why would that goblin only shoot one time after switching weapons? They have quick hands. And anyway, yeah, it was actually ended up being a bug in MSU. And I had mentioned that to the people in that Discord. That was why I joined it originally. There we go. Now the Red Skulls are fighting me. They're figuring stuff out. Usually, in a lot of these maps, if there is going to be a station, it'll be over one of the little planet outlines. Oh. Well, this is kind of a high-level pirate. So you're playing the game and doing QA at the same time? I mean, inadvertently. Didn't mean to be. So it was like the, you know, when I was a kid and I'm like learning about game QA as a job, I'm like, man, you can get paid to play video games? That's not exactly, I mean, it is what it is, but that isn't what it is. You went through the same logic as a kid? Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of kids did. Like, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that I could play video games as a job? Sign me up! QA is never a job you sought out, so many test cases to prepare, track, and implement? Yeah. Yes. I was never like formal QA, but I used to do some amount of QA for a medical imaging app before, kind of in a time period before I was given responsibility to do my own development work. Whoa. My ship went a little crazy there. Anyway, and it was, you know, going through test cases, marking them as complete, doing the thing. It's pretty monotonous. It wasn't monotonous in too bad of a way. Like, I'd always put on some good tunes. Like, I'd put on one of my favorite albums and try not to zone out too much. Like, be dialed in just enough to really notice if there was a bug. But it was mostly a turn your brain off kind of work. Do you get 1 XP for just moving? Yeah, discovering new, basically mowing the lawn, if you will. So by uncovering some of this fog, we gain experience. Not a very efficient way of gaining experience, but it is a way. So these factories are like places of getting like specialty goods. That's kind of interesting. Huh. But yeah, you do get more experience if you're exploring like higher level areas, but I think, I don't know what, it considers us level 11 already, though I'm probably not like a level 11 strength. Not even close. We had that run-in with the Vengi that destroyed some of our fleet. Our little mini fleet that we'd started building up. So we'll have to save up our nickels and dimes, or maybe find a derelict ship. Who knows? And there is a flashlight kind of item. Also, you can, I don't know what the downside is. You can just attack civilians. Or if they're alone, try to extort them, get their money. And if they refuse, they'll go hostile, and you just have to beat them up. Hostile warpin detected. Ah. It's a random group of marauders. So this is that like neutral faction, or not neutral, but like third party faction that is always hostile. So when there's a warpin, they'll basically always be hunting you down. Anybody ever play Escape Velocity? No. I played the space game I always think of that I played so much as a kid was TIE Fighter and X-Wing. Good times. So why? Okay, let's get rid of the junk. There was another like 1942 style game called Raptor, Call the Shadows. That game was fun too. I had the shareware version of that. And it turns out that the shareware version was so close to the full game that the extra stuff unlocked by the full version is almost like, why bother? Tyrian. I don't know if I know what that is. Star Sector seems like the game you should be playing. I mean, maybe. Am I hitting him with a matrix problem? Yeah. Multiply these two matrices together. Cross multiply. What's the dot product? What's going on here? Giant 13 suddenly showing up. Okay, I think I've been enjoying the plundering. Though I do want to do some of the base building stuff at some point. And they had fruits and vegetables. Classic pirates. Pirates with their fruits and vegetables. Despicable. It was an old free Linux game about building a space colony. You've tried to look it up, but I haven't been able to find it. No idea what it's called. Yeah, I will say one thing that I find is really cool is I've found random games that I had the vaguest memory for as a kid. And YouTube knows what I like. YouTube shows me a lot of like Let's Plays of really old games. And I have just happened to see them on, you know, just my main feed or whatever, that I see the screenshot and I'm like, wait a minute, that's that game. And some of those games are really good and some of them are terrible. Do you only ever control a single ship in this game? No, you can get a whole fleet. We were controlling 2 earlier. We actually have another pilot handy. And I actually could buy a ship. I don't really want to buy a Mercury though. These are kind of not that great. But I will buy a ship at some point. Another ship. And we'll have at least one wingmate. The goal, the way I like to play these games is to have a whole fleet. I just think that's so much fun. Tyrian is crazy good. It is the same top-down flyer kind of deal, but there's an excessive amount of storytelling and lore. The art is very nice, the music is very good, the amount of gameplay choices and customizing your ship and such is awesome. Is it called Tyrian 2000? It looks like that must be it. Yeah, it looks like it. Published by Epic Mega Games? Wow. What a name of a game company or publisher. That's incredible. It's very bold to call your game Epic Mega Games. Wow. They made a lot of big hits in those games. Nice. Oh, music was composed by Brandon Alexander. I've hung out with Alexander Brandon, sorry. I've hung out with him. He goes to a video game music convention that I meet him there every year. We have drinks. He's a good person. He's cool. He's a cool dude. Kind of like the devs for Rise of Nations. Big, huge games. Yeah, imagine being an overhyped game company, you know? The composer is excellent. The art is also made by the guy that later became quite famous. Well, I will tell Alexander next time I see him that people were hyping up Tyrion. He will be very happy. He loves it when like his older work gets brought up. I think it makes him happy. As it should. Don't know if you mentioned this, but Star Valor is on sale for $9 on Steam at this moment. Oh, yeah, I mean, that would make sense that it's on sale. There is a new DLC that just, you know, came with this. It's just a solo dev, right? It's just one dude making the space game of his dreams. And it's genuinely a really good game. I don't know if I'm gonna do the best job of selling it. I'm not trying to sell it, but you know what I mean. In this stream, but it's good. I think there's a lot of replayability here. I played a good bit of it, like a year ago or however long ago that was. Deep Space Cowboy, hello, hello. You literally bought it after watching me for like 15 minutes. Nice, nice. Okay, we could get a better asteroid analyzer or a small missile launcher. I might get a small missile launcher. I actually think the missile launcher can be a really nice nice weapon. We'll have to get some missile ammo. I think I sold some earlier, but we'll find some soon enough. So I'm just gonna hang on to that. I wonder if I should, let's see. I could buy a cute little driller. No. I am going to deposit some of this stuff though. But yeah, if I can get some missiles, I'll equip the missile launcher. That one's like a, you know, lock on to the enemy type weapon. Help our miner buddy out. Anyway, locking onto the enemy and then being able to just like strafe around in circles while you launch missiles is a good way of getting some damage out when you're too bad at the game to shoot accurately. Oh boy, a bunch of Engi. Boy, this is getting messy. Some of the late game battles in this game, by the way, look absolutely beautifully disgusting. Like where there will just be lasers and missiles and chaos everywhere. Oh, this guy has poor turning radius. Got him. The big ship looked more intimidating than it was. Yeah, and part of the way you can assess them is just looking at that small number next to their name. The big ships are always going to be more dangerous, but that number is essentially like the level of the ship. And those are a big part of what makes something dangerous or not. So even when it's a big ship, the fact that it's a lower level version of that ship means that it's going to have some sort of like major deficiency. And so in that case, the thing just had like no gyro. It had no ability to turn. So we just sort of strafed around it, shot it. Even if it had big scary cannons, that didn't matter. Squigs, hello, hello. Do you have 2 minors now? What is a minor in this context? We've got just our regular burst lasers. How good is this game? I like it. I think it's fun. I got some pretty good playability out of it before the DLC, and now that this DLC is out, I definitely plan on seeing what it has to offer. It's a very different vibe from Battle Brothers. Much more like, just like, be chill. Lower stakes, even if you're playing like permadeath or whatever. This would be a cool game to co-op. Yeah, I think there was talk about doing either local co-op or co-op through like, oh, what's the feature called for Steam? Essentially where it emulates, what is that feature called? Steam Remote Play Together. That I think it talked about doing. Oh, construction component. Oh, interesting. So can I just scrap these things? Oh wow, I can. Oh. Let's see, how heavy is this? Is there a way to know that? I kind of want this. The Red Skulls like you again? I mean, they're at least yellow. They don't fight me when they first see me. That'll change. Okay, so what can we get here? What goods do they have? Missile ammo, okay. All right, so I'm gonna sell the iron here. And, well, sell the light laser. Let's see if this is enough to pick up our building components. What happened to Sophia? We've got her in our ship here. So she did go boom, but we were able to extract her jettisoned pod. So we just need to find another ship to put her in. We've got her as a passenger in our current ship. Now, other ships, not this one, you can have multiple people in them. So if I was in like a Corvette, kind of think like from Star Wars where someone's got, you know, a gunner seat that they can swivel around on from the top. You know, there's weapon slots that are like that. So you could put someone on like a turret on the top of your Corvette that can sort of shoot in a 360-degree direction. This ship is just like a solo pilot kind of thing. You just watched Splattercat's video about this game a couple days ago and you're thinking of picking it up? Yeah. I mean, it's good. I like it. I think Splattercat likes it too. I think I actually maybe have discovered this game through him. I'm not sure if that's true. I don't remember where I first heard about it, but that might have been it. All right, so let's get some of this missile ammo. Probably buy 100. And let's see, is this a... Yeah, okay. And what I am gonna do is bind that to a different key. If I enjoy this, you cannot recommend Star Sector more. Yeah, people have said that. I should I should look into that. I think it's a very similar type of game. Yeah, he was checking. Oh, okay. So I would not have seen that video, Squigs. Yeah, the DLC just came out for it. So yeah, that makes sense. I've only seen his older videos. He is one of the pilots in the game, which I think is kind of fun. You've watched him daily over the past 6 years or so. It's a shame he doesn't have 1 million followers. I think he's got a good amount, right? I don't think he's doing too bad. He does, you know, I think the thing is like the nature of what he has done is he can only give like a very cursory glance at any game. And so I think it's a good way to get a perspective on what games are kind of easy to pick up and play and be rewarding in that way. And I think his reviews are really good at that. I don't think he necessarily gives, and I think he would probably agree to this, but this is meant as a good-spirited critique. But like, I think games that have like a certain amount of like super in-depth type of experience like Battle Brothers, I don't think he's going to even be able to spend the time to be able to assess them as fully as maybe, you know, is necessary to even assess whether they're good games or not. I think he played Battle Brothers and he didn't like it, if I remember right. Or like he bounced off it. Like I think it was just like, he's like, okay, well I don't know what the hell's going on in this game, but my guys are getting their heads chopped off. He didn't like it? Okay, fair enough. I couldn't remember if that was the case or not. He loves Battle Brothers? Is this our missile launcher, by the way? Our new weapon? If you're just strafing around an enemy, you can take them out much more safely. It's a good way of stopping enemy shields from recharging as you're like going between strafing runs with a laser. You remember that was something Total Biscuit said about his WTF series? He always made it clear this is first impression only. Yeah. Oh, Total Biscuit. I miss Total Biscuit. Actually, I think I played, what game was it that I played that I really liked? Victor Vron? It was some, like, I think Victor Vron. It was like an ARPG type of game. It was really good. And I got it from his WTF series because he really liked it. Splattercat has 3 videos on Battle Brothers. He glazes it a lot. Fair enough. We could grab a heavy impulse drive for the future. He likes Battle Brothers, but he's so bad at it. I mean, it's such a hard game to get good at. Like, that's the thing. It just is. I mean, we all know. Yes. Got him. Yeah, I like Splattercat quite a bit. He's got. He also really loves the Heroes of Might and Magic games, so like. Makes sense. Alright, so what I might do, not in this PMC station, because I don't think I like the... Ooh. Let's get the Trader Codex. I don't like their low-level ships for fighters, but I'm going to try to get another ship. If we've got enough money to purchase one and then outfit it, I could even get like a bigger one. Like I could get a yacht of some kind, which is just a step up from the shuttle. I don't think I want the Boulder though. A lot of the PMC's low-level ships are like dedicated to doing mining work, which is a totally valid way of playing this game. You can just go from asteroid field to asteroid field. But I'm not going to do that in this run. I think it's a different kind of playthrough. But yeah, Splattercat is one of the pilots in this game that you can have as a person who you can just find out on the map. It's pretty fun. Okay, so I've got the things I think I wanted from social. I got leadership, which is going to be something we're eventually going to make use of. Otherwise, there are these special things that are unlocked by getting a mix of different skills from the other trees. So I might do combat next. Combat or engineering. I think I'll do combat. And why don't I go ahead and do weaponry? I guess I could also do hardness. But we'll do weaponry. Let's get some big old weapons. Maybe I'll do deflectors. I think you usually either want to focus on hull or shields, and you're going to specialize your ship to one or the other. Both are actually totally valid. You can build a high-level ship with either. Okay, so it looks like there's a pirate to eliminate up here. Well, there's this guy. We just happen to run into him. And then there's something to chase here. Got him. Cool. Okay, we've got some quests. Contracts? I think they call them quests in this game. Quests, okay. They do call them quests. We got some quests to turn in. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And then we'll see what ships are available at this civilian station. Maybe nothing good. I'm not sure. So let's grab a small laser, and we'll see. What do they have for ships for sale? So we could get a little speeder. I actually don't think the speeder is that bad of a ship. A Galaxy. I think this is the ship the game starts you in the first place. A Dragonfly. This is a really cool ship. It's like a cloaking drone ship. I remember doing a Dragonfly run that I really liked. I mean, we could get a speeder. This has got 2 space for weapons, 15 equipment card. Sure, let's just do it. Okay, so first things first. Add to fleet. Sophia Evans. We'll have her dock and then refit. So now we're gonna start outfitting her with all this stuff. So actually I'm gonna put these small lasers away. Can I deposit those? No. Okay. So now we're gonna give her, because she's got 2 weapon slots, and I like when things are, let's see, so the small laser is, I guess we're not gonna do the small laser. We'll just do 2 light lasers. One here, one there. So then we're gonna give her at least some basic power and things like that. So let's get a couple nuclear reactors. couple shield generators. And I don't know what else she needs. She's got a gyro, impulse drive. I mean, what else could she need? She's got plenty of power. We could give her lateral thrusters. I think that does probably make her do a better job. Lateral thrusters and inertial stabilizer. We'll give her one of each of those. Okay, and now we've got a wingmate. Finally! We've done it. Sophia Evans is here. And she does not have a warp drive. So I think if I warp somewhere, I actually don't have a way of getting her there. I don't think. Let's see if that's true. No, she will warp with us. Okay, good. Yeah, she'll follow us around. Ooh, escape pod. All right, so here's just a random pilot. France Gilmore. So she's gonna fight. In fact, well, let's let her finish this Red Skull off. Oh, come on. Come on, Sophia. Sophia, you got this. You got this. You got this. Okay, she's moving pretty well, though. Like, from a piloting perspective, I just didn't give her very good damaging weapons. All right, we'll help her out. But yeah, I love getting a whole fleet in this game. I know I've said it before, but that to me is that's really fun. All right, let's see what this sector has to offer. See if there's any like stations or things like that. Yeah, very agile, can't aim. Honestly, I'd rather have them that way than the other way around. I hate it when my wingmates die. It's so sad. You sure that's not D and Dice? Right, no kidding. Got D and Dice in the Black Monolith fight, literally in his own little world, just doing his own little fight, doing his own thing. Every other space game has the problem of wingmates either being useless money-burning machines or way too OP. Actually, I think this game does a pretty good job. Like, I would say they are neither. You can absolutely play this game without wingmates and focus on having like a single sort of capital ship, like a gunboat type thing, or you can have a whole fleet. Or you can do sort of a mix of the two. But I think this game actually toes the line pretty well. Belated congratulations on completing the one true run. Hey. Thank you very much, GT Rockets. I appreciate that. Alright, Sophia is like seriously in danger. I need her to not get hit. We need to... No. Sophia. Let's see. Dock. She doesn't have anywhere to dock. We need to get her somewhere safe. I suppose we took out the pirate hideout, so her shields are regenerating. Do late game enemies have the same dodging ability? Oh, much better, actually. Some of the late game, like, gold star, highest level, like, elite ships for some of the factions are insane. They are absolutely insane. So, watching you play Battle Brothers feels like you're watching a Grandmaster at chess. Congrats on the one true run. Hey, thank you, Seawave. I appreciate it. I've put a lot of hours into that game. And my brain just like, it likes those types of games. It just does. Oh, so it put her inside. So she, oh, interesting. When we went in there, oh no, where did Sophia go? Was it when I docked here, she portaled away? What? That's so strange. How many hours is it by now for Battle Brothers? I don't know, do I dare give a number? It's a big number. The tricky thing about this number is that before I started streaming, there was definitely time where like the game was open and I was not playing. Sophie has ADHD, she doesn't, yeah, she's like, we need to give her a fidget spinner. We got her a speeder, same thing. The speeder is fast. I think we gave her one of the speedier craft, that's for sure. It is called the speeder for a reason. She cannot. She's like, I'll get the flank. I'll get the flank. Strafing run. Oh, there we go. All right, see ya, Sophia. Can you play as a taxi? No. You know, you can do, I'll say like the business end of just like giant mining operation, but space taxi, no. Though you can have like a crew and be like a carrier where you have a whole fleet of speeders. And that is fun. Okay, I have no room for that blue crystal. Let's try to find a station. There's gonna be a station here somewhere. Perfect. There is. Alright, so we'll sell the cannon ammo. So let's see, what do they sell for ships? Oh yeah, the Pegasus. This is a shuttle. This is a trap. It has no weapons. You don't want to buy it. The Squire. Okay, I think this one actually is like an okay little ship, if I remember right. It's got the single, like, doubled turret. So we could get another ship, but I don't think we have enough to give it gear, or like equipment. Gear, like it's a bro. And then we'd have to hire a pilot. Actually, no, wait, hold on. We found Francis Gilmore. What is Francis Gilmore? A supervisor. Okay, so a supervisor is a role that is only really found on big ships. So we're gonna leave him here. We're not gonna have a huge ship for a while, and I wanna leave the passenger slot open. Just in case we find any other pilots just floating in space. All right, let's do some local contracts here. Oh, hey, we already completed this one. Great. Taxi Slurgy. Call up your Uber. Slurgy's here. Is the goal of the game to eventually become a huge awesome ship with awesome weapons, or do you keep using tiny ships and focus on objectives? Like, what's the progression like? You know, it's a pretty open world, like sandboxy type thing. There is actually a storyline in the base game where you can progress through it, and it kind of looks like just become powerful. I will say this, you absolutely can be a monster in a teeny tiny ship. There's a few really, really, really good small ships. The Lacewing, I think, is one of them. And it's really fun to craft specific like anti-capital ship weapons and just be a little strafing mosquito that like buzzes in and destroys capital ships. That is a way of playing. You can also just create a monster gunboat, which is going to be the most powerfuls. Captains, I'm sorry to barge in like this again, but I have urgent news from the Nomad sector. There's a group of cultists in the Dav galaxy on the planet Kull. Reports indicate that 2 months ago they started observing a bald Xeno attempting to engage in some sort of digital recreation, and now it appears an extremist cult is forming. Recommend immediate engagement of the Reddit protocol in order to sow disinformation and disrupt the spread of this movement. The Reddit protocol, very effective. Hard to overcome. Oh, the Syndicate is now friendly. They like us. We helped him take out some pirates. And I think a gunner can also be a pilot for a like individual ship, but I kind of like the specialty pilots. If I recall correctly, those just do a better job. Battle Bros in space? It's a bit different. It's more, again, I drew this comparison earlier, but I think it's more almost like an ARPG. Or roguelike or something. Not quite the same thing as Battle Bros. Okay, let's try to find any stations here. Played a lot of Eve back in the day. Oh man. I never played Eve. But all of the stories that come out of things that happened in Eve blow my mind. Like, the people who get really into Eve Online, I love it. I love that it exists. Yeah, exactly, Delta 1230. Yeah. Exactly. Eve has always been one of those games you're afraid to touch. Yes, I have the same. I know that game won't be good for me. You like Star Valor when you played it a year ago, but you pretty quickly reached a point where you had a hard time finding your own goals because of how sandboxy it is? Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things with the new DLC that's base building. That's the one that just came out. I'm kind of looking forward to just building a base. I don't know. But yeah, the gameplay in Star Valor is pretty sandboxy. But there are, I think this is the type of game where achievements actually are pretty cool. Where you can look at, oh, okay, I want to take out a Ravager before X number of minutes in-game time. How can I get that accomplished? And that can be like little mini goals that also unlocks the different like perks in-game, which is pretty fun. I think it's a nice reward. A shield charger. Maybe I should have a shield charger. That probably makes good sense for the ship to have a shield charger. So we can improve our lateral thrusters with a better version. Oh yeah, the speed booster. I forgot that even existed. You know, I haven't been using it. Let's get the shield charger. Some shield regeneration will be good. Foxhole's another one that fascinates you? Yeah, me too. Foxhole reminds me, there was a game I played long, long ago called 10-6, which I think later rebranded itself as Project Visitor because it's played on the planet Visitor. And I think the game was originally called 10-6 because the idea was that 10 to the power of 6, or a million, people could play it at the same time. And it was an MMO RTS. And that game was awesome. Way back in the day, when the internet was still very young, I remember there was a MDN, Mutual Defense Network, which was basically like a clan or guild, called DFWU. DFWU stood for Don't Fuck With Us. And I remember being in this little tiny MDN that, for whatever reason, took that name as a challenge, and we coordinated to wake up or stay up until 3 a.m. when they were asleep. And we raided every single DFWU camp all night long. We went from outpost to outpost, from DFW 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 because they had to keep naming sequential groups because they were limited in size and they had like a hierarchical structure. And we created this massive war. And DFWU just saw there were like 1 or 2 people online trying to stop us, and they simply could not because we would bounce from zone to zone. Oh, great fun. And there was a rivalry, and I can't even remember what my MDN was called, but we had a rivalry the rest of that like season or ladder before the reset. Oh my God. That was such fun gaming. Which is why I knew later in life when, EverQuest and World of Warcraft came out, and I was like, I can't touch this. It's no good. It's no good for me. I'll turn into a monster. I can't do it. Yeah, those big coordinated multiplayer moments that send shockwaves throughout the entire server. Oh my God, so good. So good. So much fun. Slurgy is a troll confirmed? I mean, confirmed. But that was the point of the game though, for what it's worth. You were, we were opposing, the way the game is framed is there were 4 like factions, and we were the worst one, the most unpopular one, at least at that time, which was Toyko. And I think DFWU was Brute. There were like 4 factions that sort of loosely represented or were represented by different cultures in modern Earth, kind of like how BattleTech does it. Toyko was like the Japan Nintendo gone crazy kind of. I don't really understand it. Yeah, talk about a dick of a nine, keep your shit together 24/7. Yes. Oh, Heroes of New Earth? Oh man, good old Han. I played a lot of Han. Actually, I think I have a screenshot. I'll see if I can find it. I have a screenshot of a Han lobby that I am in, that I think it was back when the lobbies had like numbers, and I think it's a 3-digit. One of the first games of Han ever played was by your boy Slurgy. Why that's a point of pride? I don't know, it shouldn't be, but it kind of is. Oh, I should have scrapped some of this. Uh-oh. Oh, I want those things. Heroes of Might and Magic? Well, of course. Those games are great. Han had so many good heroes, you always felt it better than Dota. Pharaoh! Which is just clockwork. But Ra? Ra was one that was based on, like, your health. Your damages were based on health. That was pretty cool. How do you feel about Heroes 4? You know, I never really played Heroes 4. I know it's controversial. And some people don't like it because of the way your hero interacts on the battlefield, but I just, like, never played it, so... Bubbles in the shell throw / teleport, he was so much fun. I don't know that I do remember Bubbles. I remember Puppet Master. The Venomancer equivalent. Oh, what was the Veno equivalent? I remember Sand Wraith was a version of Spectre. And Puppet Master was like a original. But the only reason I played Han was because I played Savage, Battle for New Earth, and Savage 2, which was another like cross-genre type game, which had an RTS commander, and you were commanding real people, regular human soldiers, and it was awesome. Oh yeah, Nighthound. That's right. And Legionnaire, who was Axe. Natural Selection? Oh man, yeah, so Savage was just like Natural Selection. It was the same type of game. They were the same kind of idea. Oh man, Natural Selection. God, that game was great too. Okay, I'm gonna come back for that pirate hideout. I'm gonna deliver goods first. Natural Selection was like StarCraft, you know, essentially. Marines, Zerglings, the Lurk, which was just, oh, kind of a lurker, but maybe also kind of a Mutalisk. It doesn't matter. The Fade, which was like a Hydralisk, kind of. Oh, that game, that was great. Synergy when Han comes back. I have a small group of Han enthusiasts that will be playing. Shoot me an invite. Yeah, because they're doing Han, what are they calling it? Han Remastered, Revisited, Reworked, Reborn? Reborn? Reborn. Reborn, yeah, okay, Han Reborn. Yeah, Natural Selection was so much fun. Yeah, the big Ultralisk. I really liked being a Battle Gorge. The Gorge was the healer. And so the goal of the Battle Gorge was just to be like a medic, basically. But the builder had a heal spell. So I'd be like nearby building stuff, building turrets, building towers, and healing people. Oh, they're not putting it on Steam? I mean, I can understand not putting it on Steam. I'll say that. Like, I kind of get it. But, I get it just because, you know, they don't like the idea of a third party getting a cut from their game, and a pretty substantial one. Like, I understand the reluctance, but you really wish Star Sector would go on to Steam? That way you don't have to remember to go check for a new version every year. But yeah, I agree. It is too bad that the concept of, you know, RTS and FPS was always so niche because, man, so much fun. I think a lot of people always preferred the FPS perspective, which was great for me because I loved doing the RTS, especially, you know, you get your boys, you get on Ventrilo, you get some real coordinated gameplay. Oh, so much fun. Ventrilo, what a throwback. I mean, that was all we had back in the day, and we liked it. We liked it. You kids with your Discord. Sophia seems to be stuck on this area of the map. I don't know what she's doing. Don't make me fire up ICQ. Uh-oh! Wasn't that the message that it made? Or sound it made? Uh-oh! Was that ICQ? Hopefully I'm thinking the right thing. Ooh, Ventrilo versus TeamSpeak? I mean, that was always the contention. Are the pirates all dead? Pirates might be all dead. ICQ was fun. If I remember right, wasn't there a way you could do like drawing in ICQ? I want to say ICQ had like a built-in like shared paint canvas. You could paint stuff to each other. I hope I'm not making that up, but I have a vague memory of that being a thing. It may not have been ICQ. It may have been something else. Yeah, ICQ was just a flower, like a flower with like petals that would change color as you were like logging in. It was all ASCII, if you remember. What am I thinking of then? There was something where you could share. It was just like a shared paint program. You had a 5-digit ICQ number? Nice. I had a low-digit ICQ number, but I don't know. But I remember that being a big thing too. You know, how many digits does your ICQ number have? It was a big number. It was a big deal. Hey, Roxanne, it's me. Hello, hello. Alright, I was trying to be cheeky and spin move over those missiles and failed. Oh man, the magic of getting home, setting your aim status to a dramatic song lyric, yes. How could this happen to me? Good times. Setting away, yeah, oh yeah. Setting the away messages was an art. You would always do asterisks and, you know, squiggly lines and stuff, and it was kind of like how people's gamer tags. I love old school gamer tags. They would have like Dragon Ball Z references, and then it'd be like XXX Gohan Vegeta Trunks 69 _ XXX. So much fun. Good times. I was always just Slurgy. I never did anything. Well, that's not true. I had a couple other like aliases, but I always went back to Slurgy. Overly dramatic messages have not gone the way of the dodo. Yeah, they've just become ingrained into people's posts on Facebook and other places. You were never just Slurgy? Or maybe, to reframe it, Slurgy's all I ever needed to be. Got all these fruits and vegetables. I swear someone wanted fruits and vegetables. I guess it was just ice. Everyone wanted ice. Let's just sell the fruits and vegetables. Fill up my water here. Meisler, you mean whatever that abomination is? Oh my god. XXX. Replacing the S with a 5. Replacing the G with a 6. Replacing the I with a 1. Lancelot the Just, you are knowledgeable in the ways of old usernames. 42069, yes. Yes. You got it. You understand. Those were the days. I mean, I do get nostalgic for the old internet, for sure. Oh, so did we leave Sophia Evans somewhere? I must have left her behind. Okay, I'll have to figure that out. Alright, so we got a medium laser now, something big and fancy. Back when the internet wasn't real? Yes. Back when the internet wasn't real. So is there a way of seeing where she is? I mean, she was just here, right? Yeah. I wonder if she'll teleport with me now. Yeah. She just didn't teleport with me because she was in... Okay, she was like in a station. Kind of risky to keep hanging out here in the Vengi territory. But I think we're all right. So I've got a decent amount of money. I kind of want to keep adding to the ship arsenal. Get another fleet mate, and then maybe I can try to make a hideout somewhere or do the base building stuff. I'm not sure what all it really takes, to be honest. Okay. Nice, we can get another medium laser. Advanced titanium plating. Oh yeah, these are the yeah, you can basically like change your base armor type. Some of them are lighter but give more armor. Some of them are, yeah. I'm remembering this now. This game kind of looks and plays like a space MMO called Star Sonata. Star Sonata. I do think there is like a certain aesthetic where a lot of these games look super similar. It's very funny to me that, oh yeah, it does look kind of similar. That these games have like a specific top-down aesthetic, which is ironic given that they are in space. Oh wow, that guy just bought missiles. I wonder if when we set up our base, we'll be able to sell stuff that people can buy. I bet that's going to be a thing. You discovered Star Sonata because someone installed it on the high school file server hidden away? Oh man, that's fun. So is Star Sonata still going? I mean, it looks like it. It looks like it's still running. Initial release October 2004. Incredible. They just had some recent big updates. So was it just like the 2D version of EVE Online? Huh. EVE Light? Hmm. Let's see, a Phisar Shark. Yeah, I'm not going to purchase any of those. Let's see, I want to try to break out of this area we've been going to. Let's maybe try to... Oh, I think I can go here and just turn in some quests. Oh man, playing Oregon Trail in the high school's PCs, absolutely. The fun thing about that game was when you could name the people on your wagon after, you know, whoever you wanted. So of course, much like, you know, people claiming a brother in Battle Brothers, it was fun to name your wagon mates after your classmates and be like, hey, Paul, you just died of dysentery. He'd be like, wow, you've got a broken leg. Good times. So much fun. Ooh, the Reaper. I remember really liking the Reaper as a ship. Why did I like the Reaper so much? Oh, that's right, because it's got 4 separate barrels. You could get 1 super weapon. Oh man, I loved the Reaper. I can afford one. The Reaper was cool. Oh, we can't get it. We need better. We need honored reputation. Okay. I remember last time I played this game, I actually... Wow. I remember setting up a whole bunch of Reapers with like 1 super weapon. And having a whole fleet of them, and it was awesome. Hold on. Yes, Slurgy and the Reapers of Justice is what I called it. Just out of curiosity. I don't know if this is gonna be incompatible. Oh my god. So this is what the late game can look like. I have a whole giant fleet of Reapers. And my ship is just defense lasers and like anti-missile things that are all on turrets. And I set up a whole fleet of these Reapers. Oh my god. So just full on reminiscing mode? Yes. Yeah, this is an old save. I didn't know if it would still be compatible with the DLC and the new versions and whatever. Apparently I also didn't like the Vengi in this save. Oh my god. But this is what the game can look like. In a very mature save game. This is awesome. Actually, I kind of love this. But what you don't see is a very carefully crafted setup on everyone, right? And I think I can see why I probably stopped playing the save, because I think I became too powerful. So if I look at, how did I do this one? I'm just curious. So I did social, yeah. This makes sense to me. Fleet Commander plus 25, oh my god. Let's see, what is the hotkey for base building? Now I'm curious. Doesn't look like there is one. Let's see, and what if I set the follow distance to 20? They just all come in super close. They've all got like little tiny what weapons do I have them? Like a super short range. Huh. I see why I set the distance higher. I think they start to malfunction. Need to come up with a challenge for this one too. No stations, no mercs. Nah. Nah, I separate, I make my games distinct experiences. This one remains chill. You went to get the mail? No, I just loaded up an old save. I wanted to see, I was reminiscing about a ship that I saw, and I was like, I think I remember building a whole fleet of them. And I indeed did. So I found this old save where I have a whole fleet full of Reapers. And so late game, things get pretty crazy with giant fleets warping in to stop you. But I think I absolutely powered this through to the utmost absurd. Because these are all, you know, level 50 plus gold star units that should be pretty threatening, but as you can see, are not. I want to go to a, let's see, I'll go somewhere friendly because I want to look at the, the way I built the Reaper. I'm curious now. Oh yeah, and something that's really fun is if you've got a whole fleet of units that are equipped with mining lasers. This is not a good example. But if you know, because they've just got regular like anti-craft lasers, but you can go into some asteroids fields when you've got like really good mining equipment, and your whole cute little fleet can just like destroy the whole asteroid field super fast. And you just get to watch big numbers, explosions, fun stuff. Looks like I gave them all tractor beams, so they're all like... I must have done some of this. I'm guessing I did. There's very much like a cookie clicker kind of type of vibe to this kind of gameplay that I do enjoy. I do enjoy a good incremental game. I'll be honest, I just do. Uh-oh. I better change everyone to fire at hostiles. Yeah, I don't know if this was... I think this feels like the most recent save. This seems like the most familiar from when I played this game most recently. I want to see what I had set up on the Reapers. New M&M Guild Slurgy Appreciation Club. I think my ship is bigger than this station. Okay, so let's look at the fleet. 78 of 79? Good lord! So what did I give? So let's like look at Ziggy's ship. The Scythe. Oh, of course I gave it an edgelordy name. This is before I even started streaming. This is embarrassing. Just playing this game all on my own, I decided, yeah, I'm gonna make a whole fleet of ship called the Reaper, and I'm gonna have their weapon be the Scythe. Oh, this is embarrassing, but in the best way. Yeah, we've got some real swagged out kind of gear on them. Hell yeah. It's not a phase, it's not a phase! Oh yeah, and the Reaper gets a co-pilot. So each one of these ships, you know, this huge number of ships, I gave them all co-pilots too. We've got max level pilots. I definitely went hard on this particular playthrough. Site of Annihilation, oh shit. Yeah, because I must have done, so if I look at presets, oh man, I did all sorts of, the Scythe Mark II. Oh, I apparently made an improvement. And And these are my presets. And so I think the way, let's see, show raw values. So export recipe to clipboard. So yeah, I think it creates these like, this is gonna be a bit of a mess. Basically like some sort of what? Probably what word would I even use for that? Bit encoded, hex encoded. No, it's not even hex, right? I don't know. Some sort of encoding to do all the different modifiers and everything into a little string. Perfectly readable. Yeah. Oh, that's right. And then in ship enhancements. Yeah, I even still have like a few free slots. Right? So like here, I could give this, some of these ships can even get better. Right? I could give him this. Give him even more shields. Yeah, this was a fun playthrough. I remember really liking this particular run, making my whole fleet of Reapers. What are my other saves? Now I'm curious. Oh, I can't. Let's see. What else do I have? Ig Rolls, Humanity's Bane. Oh yeah, I remember why I did this one. Because this one, I was a Vengi ship and had a little Vengi fleet, but only of other huge ships. So what is this one? Oh, I move slowly. Oh. Hold on. Oh, shit. I've got like a super weapon. Hold up. I think I remember what this is. God, this is such an edgelord. Alright, so we're gonna line this up at this space station. That's nuts. And then I've just got... Yeah, this, I definitely embrace the theme here. Okay, let's go find another space station. That's fun. Aptly named, I would say. Yeah, I would say so. Hold on. Let's find one more space station. Here we go. There's a space station. Level 52. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow. I probably, here's what I would guess too. Looking at the amount of energy that just took, I probably really carefully tuned all the equipment on this ship to max out exactly the amount of energy for that obscene weapon. So now they're sending a bunch of capital ships at me. Joke's on them. And it's just all these beam weapons. Oh, I'm starting to take some damage. Oh, they've got some weaponry that goes through shields. Yeah, I see. Let's blast them. Okay. Alright, let's see what other saves I've got here. These are crazy. These are supposedly mining. Well, they're the mining like faction. Slurgy and the Swarm. Okay. Let's see what this is. Oh wow, this is just a huge hodgepodge of all kinds of ships. Let's see. Capital pulse lasers. And then just a bunch of beam weapons. So let's go find something to fight. This is a cool looking ship. Yeah, this is the Zeus. This is the final like super expensive capital ship from the Children of Terra. Now let's just go like here. Combat music started. Oh, I see what weapons I've got here. Hold on. These also charge up. Let's see what happens here. Okay, these are cool. Let's point these at something. And I've got just like a fleet where everyone's got sort of a different setup, it looks like. We're not super good at destroying this hideout though, actually. Yeah, carrier has arrived. Not as cool as the other one? I agree, actually. Not even close. Let's see what else we got. What are some of my other save games? Slurgy the Immolating Flea. Oh, yeah. Okay. I know what's going on here. All right. This is very different from the others. Whereas we had a huge fleet, this makes sense to me. I have a weapon where all of the modifiers make it do extra damage to capital ships and less damage to things that are small. So I have a tiny ship. Blade, thank you for the raid. We are taking a small Battle Brothers break to just play around a little bit. Welcome, welcome, Nara Knight and Blade. And I think the idea is to be the Immolating Flea, where I turn the whole screen into an explosion. With a kind of crazy custom weapon. Congrats on the one true run. Hey, thank you. Much appreciated. But this is a fun little zippy craft. Let me see if I can find some actual enemies to fight. I did it, I did it. Nara Knight, we did indeed eventually succeed. You need to watch it. It is on the YouTubes. The full run that succeeded. Unfortunately, run 28, where you were one of the brothers, Nara Knight, did not end up a success. Oh, I think the way I probably end up doing this in practice is to point myself backwards, because the explosion pushes me. Interesting. What that's a fun setup. You got hooked on the AI Battle Bros videos again? Oh yeah, those are fun. Well, we're gonna be doing another Battle Brawl. If you'd like to participate, I haven't announced it yet, but the next free weekend I have looks like, oh my god. Was it September 6th? Yeah, it looks like that is. And so it's a little too far in the future that I don't want to announce anything yet, but that's probably when it will be. Seems like it would take forever to kill a big ship. You know, you would think so, the Chaucer, but this weapon is tuned to do extra damage to an enemy the bigger it is. Some of the parameters that I put on it. So I think it's actually better at taking out the big ships. Because it has, well, let's see, let's get to a station. Self-destructor has mass disruptor. Yeah, so deals more or less damage based on the target's mass. So yeah, it'll do extra damage to large ships. I think it's probably still not super fast. I can't remember. Cool. What else do I have here? What other crazy stuff? Slurgy the Filthy Capitalist. Let's see what's going on here. Looks like no fleet, but one super souped up Hephaestus. Okay. Pretty wild looking set of weapons. Let's go head over to this Ravager and just see what happens. Self-destructor, and mass disruptor sound like Mad Max 2 characters. Yeah, probably kind of do. Yeah, let's see what this ship is like. Looks like I have. Oh, I've got a side launching exploding death gun. Okay. Another good edgelord naming scheme. Let's go see how exploding death gun does against this Ravager here. This is kind of like one of these bosses. Okay, you do have to hit them though. Can't see shit. I remember this ship. I built a custom missile. No, this is just the Vengi one? Missile machine gun, yeah. I remember these missile machine guns. Was a custom weapon I made. And let's see, if we go like find a hostile, I think it'll start targeting them automatically. And I think the problem that I ran into was it does so much splash damage that I would like accidentally destroy like friendly units. Oh my god. And these are all like auto aim, auto fire. So I think I just walk into an area and everything dies. Kind of cool. If I remember right, from a Ziggy D video, the Hephaestus is actually a ship that he worked with the developer to design. I want to say that that's true. And he wanted to give it these like side-mounted weapons. This is really like fast and agile for like a giant gunship though. Because this is a... What class of ship is this? Does it say here? Yeah, cruiser. Okay. I left little notes for myself. Past Slurgy, you're so cute. Walrus, I don't even know what that means. I think it must be a type of ship. Extra range crew. Fancy ship. I don't know, there is something fun about like loading up save games, but they're far enough in the past that you don't remember them. Like I don't remember anything about this save game, like of the notes I left for myself anyway. This ship just like pilots itself though. I just like walk into areas and my little mans, my little dudes, my little guys, my little crew does all the shooting for me. Cool. What a little trip down memory lane of my save files though. So those are the different like types of things you can do in this game, right? So you could do a giant gunship, you can do huge fleets, you can do huge fleets of little tiny gunships, you can do, fleets where it's you and a bunch of other like, large type craft. So pretty cool. Yeah, when you haven't played for like 3 days and you have to restart because you don't feel connected to the save. Yeah, I'm just doing this to see them. Oh, did I give them? This is just reminiscing, going down memory lane. Laos, well, no shit. This first time chatter, when I've been talking about this being just a solo dev, there he is. Laos, welcome, welcome. I'm actually, so I normally play Battle Brothers. It's, I don't know if you've heard of that game, but I just got the game because of the DLC. I haven't actually used any of the DLC functions yet, but we were going down a trip down memory lane of past saves. I've built some pretty insane fleets that, thanks for making this game. It's great fun. Yeah, I recognize the name. I'm sure I'm saying your name wrong. So, I don't know, it's Portuguese. There's no way to pronounce it correctly. Like, it's actually impossible. So I'm not even gonna try. But yeah, I was just going through the old saves. So made some, I don't know, this is another fun one that I don't know if you probably did not see it, but I made a cute little lace wing. They just make the screen to explode. You said it right? No, that's impossible. There's no way that's true. But yeah, lots of fun little ships and different ways to play. I'm on your yeah, I am. I am on your Discord. I have just a few messages that are like, hey, when's the DLC coming out? And that's basically my full contribution. No, that's okay. I mean, I haven't said anything, so how would you know? Not really, anyway. So, but yeah, I think, for what it's worth, I think there's a few people who were watching that were like, this looks fun. I already bought it. So, I'm always happy to like help support a solo dev. I think it's a great game you've made. It really is. I'm really enjoyed the previous playthrough that I did. Like, it must have been a year ago. This ship is not for the Seizure Pro? No, yeah, it's certainly not. Yeah, we've made some pretty insane custom weapons for him. But yeah, we just started a tiny little save with a wolf. This was the playthrough I was doing for the majority of the stream so far. You picked it up after watching Sludgy play. You love these kind of games. Yeah, this is a great one. Like it's really great fun. It really is. There's a lot of customization. You can do different types of fleets and play the game in just a lot of different kind of ways. So yeah, you have Ziggy there, and we even have the and is this true? I said this earlier. Oh, whoops. Is this ship the Hephaestus? Did you design this with Ziggy D, or Ziggy D was somehow a part of the, or he had like a blueprint of an idea of what he wanted to build? Yes? Okay, all right. Because I think it was either through Splattercat or Ziggy D that I first discovered this game. But I definitely remember watching Ziggy D's videos on it and him, you know, using the side-launched weaponry. Believe it or not, you love mining. You spend your whole time mining rocks. Oh, I absolutely believe it. Ziggy supported the game a lot and mentioned a broadside ship would be fun, so we made it. That's awesome. So for someone who would be returning to the game from having played it, when was that? You know, I guess I have now overwritten the save files, haven't I? 1 point, no, okay, so it already, how long ago was that? I'm just thinking, like, other than the base building, what would be the big key takeaways that you think someone who'd be returning to the game might want to do, other than like the new base building stuff, obviously, that's like in the DLC. Yeah, I figured they'd be overwritten, right? You have a new whole data structure for how you save them. Yeah, 1.5 years ago? Well, let's see. I would guess that I joined the Discord and sent a message. Yeah, so apparently on January 8th, I asked, do ship enhancements still apply to craft in your fleet? And so I suspect these save files are from, yeah, early 2024. Yeah, that's what it looks like. At least that's what I'm seeing on the Discord. It's just, yeah. Yes. Yeah, and I think I know that now. Right, like the things that give like flat shields. But yeah, this has been fun to revisit. I'm looking forward to seeing what the base building has to offer. So, did you try out base building? No, not yet. So the tricky thing is, so I see that. Oh yeah. So let's do this one. We'll save. You can do a station defense, like new game mode. Do you want a key? Oh, I have it. I have the DLC. No worries. I already got it. But yeah, the tricky thing that I've discovered, so this is like maybe an onboarding thing, and you know, maybe I'm dull, but I was curious when I would take out some of the like pirate hideouts. There's an option, oh, do you want to turn this into your base? But it says requires base building and then a number, right? And I feel like, much like where you cannot start having a fleet until you've hired mercenaries, there must be something that I've not tried to find, but I have not seen the best way to start from scratch building a base. Like, you know, what is the thing that's going to get me to do it? Because I do have construction component, fine construction component, and it says used to build bases. However, you know, I don't see or know what to look for, I suppose, the option to actually start building, right? Only that when I take out like a pirate hideout or whatever, it's like, yeah, you could build a base here. Check your blueprints for a builder module. Builder module. Builder module. Okay, so I need microchips first. Where I need silicon. Okay. Which silicon I think is something you get from mining. Or do you have to buy that? Let's just buy some. Or you need an engineering ship, which has a build. Yeah. I think when I launched the game in the turret building mode, or the tower defense mode, but I didn't actually like play it. I just launched the game with that setting. I think it unlocked that ship. Probably. Okay, so now that I built microchips, I can build a builder module. Builder module. Equip? You'll need a repair beam as well. Okay. Simple repair beam. Oh, yeah. So let's take off this. Okay, so I'm assuming that there will be a hotkey for it. Builder mode. None? Oh. I guess I should assign it to something. Unless... Let's see, what should I give it? Let's do... Let's just set it to 8, same as the loop filter. Nope. Builder mode. Ignore my ship. Alright, so check my gear. Change key. Yeah. Thank you, ship. I'm busy. Oh, I don't want to repair you. Yeah, that's very funny that you know, this'll work. Ah, okay. Small station. Oh, man. Alright, so this is where I need to get basic component, construction component. Alright, construction component I have. I think it's just in here. So I just have one of them though. But just out of curiosity. So let's do... we'll just leave those there. Can I build just a random turret somewhere? Right, could I do this? Or a light beacon. Now let's do a turret. Okay. let's at least do a different mouse button. Okay. Okay, I'm getting shot at. That's alright, we're gonna have a turret soon. Alright, we've got a target that we can use to practice with this turret. If you build next to an asteroid field, can you automate vehicles from your base to go mine? Ooh, if you build it the, what are they called? The asteroid, the things where the asteroids are flooding at you, could you build in there? That would be pretty sweet. Ever consider playing Cosmoteer? I think I have played Cosmoteer. Management. Okay, so this has... So I have to give it a weapon. Oh, cool. So you can really customize the turrets themselves. Neat. People have done insane bases there? Okay, that makes sense. Right, where they're like destroying the asteroids as they're coming at you. Asteroid Rush? Is that what they're called? What are they called? You should be able to see one on the map. Oh, maybe not. Not on this save. So administration, rename, turret. So there's Turret of Doom. Station upkeep per hour. Okay. Station storage, internal module. So it's just got this. So no weapon installed. We should install a weapon. Perfect. So let's do just a burst light laser. Not enough tech level. I'm just kidding. Not enough tech level. Okay, now we can do it. So can I do another one? Gotcha, so those traits are probably coming from instruction. All right, so let's lure an enemy to that turret. Then add mining lasers to turrets, collector beams to other bases, cargo managers to pull them in refineries which process the ore. Oh man. Okay, that's gonna be great fun. All right, so sometimes if you can't find an enemy, you make an enemy. Come here, buddy. Come here. Hopefully it's not outside the range of sweet. Get him, little turret! Okay, this is great. Oh yeah, we were talking about the prospect of, you know, what multiplayer would look like for this game. I think, if I recall correctly, I read discussions on the Discord, because I have been lurking there for a while, that it's like the netcode itself is a bit of a mess, but you wanted to do at least like same screen multiplayer, but I might be misremembering this. Could be a while ago, maybe, that those conversations were happening. So yeah, I suppose, I wonder, and the answer to this I'm guessing is yes, but if you had another turret where you gave it a repair beam, you could probably have like one turret that helps repair the others as they get damaged. Protect me, turret. Okay, actually, I don't want him to destroy this. No. Add some better protection to it? Yeah. I suppose it's only got the basic hull. I saw that. We're in a maybe slightly spicy zone for this. Evasive maneuvers. You just go inside a station. And so there must be no restriction on where you can set up a base, huh? Oh, we can just simply upgrade it. I see. Trait points, I see. HP regeneration. All right, now we're talking. So I could do that instead. Not at the moment, okay. Yeah, I think definitely some of the crazy like end game things that I was showing with like different fleets that I've tried to build, I think I see the potential for doing stuff like that with this. It could be a lot of fun. Definitely, definitely. So let's see, what were some of the other... So the hull upgrades, we gave armor, hull points. or HP regeneration. And then if we've got more traits. Okay. So I could basically do, instead of that, yeah, okay, understood. I could do weapon range instead, or any other thing based on construction progress, okay. People have been asking for multiplayer for a long time. Yeah, I think the tricky thing about that, it's just tough to do multiplayer in anything where it hasn't been considered from like the ground up. It's tough. It's a big ask. Okay, so that increases that. I made one individual super turret in the middle of nowhere. Right, and it's just you. Yeah, I was saying that to people earlier that as far as I knew. So did you subcontract out anything like music or any art assets or anything, or are you still completely doing it just yourself? Because that's crazy. Music and art? Nice. Okay. That's a lot. 3D models, right. Yeah, I definitely took the time to zoom in on some of the stuff. Some cool looking ships, for sure. There's something about spaceships, just in general. The like shiny chrome, the sharp edges. Spaceships are just cool. Okay, so this can just, you can just upgrade any individual thing. Fuel. Resource. Ah, okay. I like that there's a text that describes what this is, because I was thinking like, what would be the point of fuel? And now I know. So if I gave it volatile. Multiplayer where people are interacting with each other directly can be rough to set up. It's like making an additional game. That's where I think pseudo co-op, where people are regulated to their own instance but can still affect the galaxy, is a good place to start. Just have to worry about where the data is stored, which could be a master player that sets up a server or something like that. Yeah, that seems like a more feasible bolt-on kind of idea. Station boost. Fuel in this case will improve production and remove upkeep. Sure, right, because I didn't build a proper station. I just built a stationary turret in the middle of nowhere, after all. You know, Slurgy's Turret of Doom. Normal stuff. So then will it... Yeah, okay. I was curious if it would make an auto note on the sector. Like the... Yeah, I would guess, just based on, you know, previous experience playing this game, that Laos has like a billion little to-dos for a billion little things that he wants to make better. Not that the game isn't great, because it is, but there's just, you know, little bits of polish you could add 5 billion places that are probably higher priority. That'd be my guess. Like, oh yeah, we need like at least a message to explain this thing to the player here. Or wouldn't it be cute if like the buttons had a little animation when you clicked on them? Or like, you know, whatever. Your to-do list is too big. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. That sounds correct. That sounds right. Ooh, mass disruptor on the turrets? Hell yeah. Take out those capital ships. So dismantle station. Let's try this button, even though... Ooh, experience. So this is ticking up. I'm assuming because I have this, is that actually making my construction go up? Or is it making itself better? I'm gonna hit dismantle station because I just want to see. All right, so it does give these things back. So not the cost of doing things, which I think makes sense, but it gives you the weapons and the construction component back. Anything that's doing something levels it up. The case is the generator. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that's kind of how all the other things in the game work. So, you know, any other things that you do, you know, make you become better at that thing. But yeah, I think that's the tricky thing, is I think onboarding to be able to do construction felt, you know, what we just went through in some way felt similar to like Fleet Commander, where again, you know, to be able to first have your first fleet mates, you either have to hire mercenaries or I suppose get the leadership trait of social. So yeah, producing items, trading with NPC. Well, yeah, because I noticed that there are new factory locations that were not... those are new. And they were like producing, you know, ammo or batteries or things like that. And it would make sense probably... I'm assuming the player can then do those same things, which is pretty cool. Very cool. Being able to ask the dev anything about the game is so good. So good. I know, it's awesome. Thanks for I don't know, stopping in. I mean, you know, yes, you can. Okay, I assumed so. That would make sense from a design perspective. So, very cool. But yeah, as much as I do love this game, I am probably, this stream is just going to be a one-off. I'm going to probably resume my crazy Battle Brothers Uber challenges, but I'm between challenges and just wanted to, I don't know, show off another cool game that I do find fun, for sure. So, but I'm actually probably at a pretty good place to call it for the evening. I'm trying not to stay up too late. Appreciate the video and support. Hey, no problem. I think, like, in many ways, you know, I think there's a natural tendency for us to see people who are doing things that we admire or wish we were either brave enough or had the position to be able to do. And I think solo game dev is definitely one of those like aspirational things. And the natural thing, at least for me, is to sort of elevate those people and be like, hell yeah, keep doing what you're doing because this is awesome. And so, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm happy to like encourage people that if this is their kind of game, that they should give it a try. Like it's cool. It's good stuff, right? And this is a fun game. There's a reason why I went and loaded my old saves and had a little nostalgia and, you know, went through the sort of past things I remember doing and enjoying. So keep doing what you're doing. Love it. Love it. So very much, you know, looking forward to seeing how this game continues to grow and develop, and looking forward to playing the base building. That's why you do it? Great. Good. Good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So, all right, I'm gonna send you guys over to a very, very, very different type of stream. Someone's playing some Claire Obscure Expedition 33. This is actually a college buddy of mine who is a ludomusicology professor, which is the study of video game music. That is what he does, which is also a very cool thing to be doing for a living. And so I'm gonna send you guys over there. And more information will be posted in the Discord when the next stream will be. We'll get things going with the next Battle Brothers Challenge run relatively soon. More information will be coming soon, but I'm going to be gone this weekend, so no stream over the weekend. So to all of you, wherever you are in this world, make it a good one. Ta-ta. And yeah, thank you, Laos.